I nominate him. Mute yourself.
Good morning. I see John Holly, John Leake, Linda Shelton, Pear, Hamquist, all on our attendee list. So I see you guys there. Just wanted to say hi and we see you. So we're just waiting for the others to join. So talk to you soon.
Where's Andy already? The meeting will begin shortly. I don't know. Do we do anything?
Hi, Barry, Karen, this is Lori.
Okay,
Hey.
I'm trying to get this all set up. What? Okay. Are we okay with, you're just going to make it work now, or do I have to do something on this end?
We can ask you to start your video. Stand by just 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Hey there.
We got it.
Oh, I see Mona.
Yay. Hi, Mona.
Hi.
Okay. Barry, you should be getting a request, Barry and Karen, a request for the video to start.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep. Thank you for helping them get that started.
So is that it? Is that it? Okay. Now,
Otherwise, I'd have been on the phone like I was last time.
the other thing is this iPad. We're going to follow the, isn't there
Motions,
something, the
etc.
motions, yeah, on the iPad, right?
Right. You can do that.
Sure, yes, you can do that.
What we're doing.
Okay.
With a lot of help. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
Thank
Okay.
Hey, Lori, sorry for dropping that Pledge of Allegiance thing on you. I hope that didn't add any stress to the morning. I was really worried about that.
Yeah, we're gonna make it work.
Okay.
So if you want, go down and. Go ahead and make Rhoda chair, the co-chair.
No.
Mona, we just sent you the co-chair credentials.
I'm just playing with the lighting. Okay. Do I need to do anything with that?
I don't think so. I think you should be good.
It's not. I'm just staring at your screen right now, right? We're not on because I can't see anything over to the right, like in previous.
You should be able to have your panelist screen up,
I don't. Hang on.
your participants.
Hang on. Okay. I see
Okay.
participants. It's really weird layout. Okay.
So a couple different things. The panelist attendee roster list, the white went to tabs. It should be fairly normal. You may not be able to see everybody in gallery view right now because we are screen sharing.
Yeah.
Then once we bring that screen share down, then I know on our side, everything will pop back to gallery view.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead and start our video.
That's probably where I was a little confused.
I see we have more attendees joining, so welcome.
Richard Short and RJ.
I hate this light. Better.
Good morning. I see a panelist coming on with a 260 area code. I'm assuming that is Christopher Seplack. If so, can you raise your hand, Chris? Oh, you can't, you're on the phone. We're gonna allow you to chat with us for a second.
Okay,
Is that you?
okay. Yes, it is.
All right, great. We will, we're gonna change your name there to Christopher so we know who
That's
you
fine.
are. And then we're
Okay,
gonna remute
I'm
you.
listening.
All right,
Yep,
thanks.
okay.
Okay, I'm also a little confused. I see some incoming second region officers coming on as panelists. I must have made an error. I think you can still sit there, but you cannot participate within feedback unless you're an audience member, since you're not seated in an office as of this moment. Just FYI.
You know, I had this whole desk thing set up. I was so proud of myself at 4 o'clock this morning. I just didn't like the lights. Hey, Lori, Ty says he's on, but I don't see him under panelists. Do you see him, anybody?
Hang on. Mona, I got this. Yeah, he's got the wrong link going on. Hang on.
Okay, okay. How is everybody? Barry, where are you? Are you at the beach or are you in Indiana? Oh, sorry, you're muted. I shouldn't be talking yet, I guess.
Good morning. We have an attendee coming on. It looks like we've used the 892-6152, 8323. I think it's an ID number. Trying to figure out who you are so we can get your name properly.
This is Rhonda Levine.
Hi, Rhonda.
Good morning.
Thank you. We're going to get you renamed so we can know who you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did the panelists not have video? The attendees?
The attendees do not have video, correct? Just as a reminder, right now, the attendees do not have video. You will be that way during the executive session. Once the executive session is completed, we will move you over to a panelist. So if you all can stand by. I see a hand up.
It was Judy, and that was her question. Yes, she had no video.
Correct. So we, again, current sitting region officers, you will be moved over to panelist once the executive session is completed. There's your 2-minute warning before we start the EC meeting. Ms. Mona.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, it's 9 o'clock. The meeting will come to order. To avoid disruptions in our meeting and in respect to all attendees of this executive committee meeting, the chair requires that all cell phones be turned off or silenced. If you must answer a cell phone, do so outside of the room in which you are currently seated for the same reason. Please also be aware of any background noise, no matter how insignificant, which may inadvertently be transmitted during the meeting and cause a disruption. Board members are to mute their microphones until recognized by the chair. Board members who want to ask a question or make a comment are to use the raise hand tool provided on Zoom. Zoom should remain muted until the member is called upon by the chair. Once recognized by the chair, board members are to unmute their microphones, present the question/comment, and mute their microphones again when they are finished talking. As this meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Please make sure there is an appropriate background visible for the audience. Due to COVID-19 related travel restrictions, this meeting will be held online via a broadcast Zoom meeting on the club YouTube channel. Any other recording, transmittal, or retransmittal of this executive committee meeting is not authorized. Any violation of this policy may be subject to legal and/or disciplinary measures. The proprietary rights of our corporation and our members need to be respected. If there is no objection, the chair will postpone the meeting opening ceremonies until the IBT meeting, which will immediately follow this executive board meeting. Hearing no objection, this meeting will continue. The chair would like to welcome back to the executive committee, Justin Humphreys, who will be serving as the Airstream Inc. representative. Justin will be an ex officio member of the executive committee and the International Board of Trustees. Welcome back, Justin. The recording secretary will now call roll.
President Mona Heath,
Present.
First Vice President Andrew Selking,
Present.
Second Vice President Ty Mott,
Present.
Third Vice President Eric McHenry,
Present.
Recording Secretary Vicki Courtney here, Treasurer Jim Polk,
Got me here.
thank you, Jim.
Present.
Immediate past President Barry Bell,
Present.
Parliamentarian Joanne Miller,
Present.
Corporate Manager Lori Plummer,
Present.
Trustee Justin Humphreys. Madam President, there are 10 members present.
A quorum is present. A proposed agenda for this meeting is before you. Without objection, this will be the agenda for this meeting. Hearing no objection, this will be the agenda for this meeting. The minutes of the January 23rd, 2020 Executive Committee meeting and meetings, electronic actions from February 7th, 2020 to May 8th, 2020 have been distributed to each member of this committee and should be before them at this time. Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the minutes. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the reading of the minutes. Are there any corrections to these minutes? Since there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. The next item on the agenda is the report of the officers. First, the president's report, which I would like to defer to the IBT meeting. Will there be any other officer reports at this time? First Vice President?
No.
Second Vice President?
No.
Third Vice President?
No.
Immediate past President?
No.
At this time, I would like to ask additional members of the board if they have a report to present or pertinent information to share with the board. Lori Plummer?
I will defer to the IBT, please.
Justin Humphreys?
I do have an update. Is now a good time, Lori, or is a later part of the meeting?
Nope, this is it right here. And actually, my script said that I should say Justin Humphreys would like to present an update to the executive committee. So you're on.
Well, let me first say it is so awesome to see these smiling faces that I miss so much right now. I wish it was in Colorado. I tell you, if anything that this pandemic taught us at Airstream is how much more we just appreciate these rallies together. So please understand everybody at Airstream that gets to join in those. I wanted to give you a quick update on Airstream. There's a lot going on, and I think each of you could certainly benefit from what we've had going on. You know, we ended last year with a big move into a new facility. We went from a 230,000 square foot manufacturing facility to over a 700,000 square foot facility. We moved over the Christmas shutdown, and it went relatively well. When you move a big factory like that and 700 people all have a new place to go and new tools, there's going to be some hiccups. But so January was a good ramp up period. And then February, we really found our footing and got to benefit from many of the tools and machines and added space and lighting and just all the cool things I can't wait to show each of you. And then March hit, which was a bit of a downer, and I'll talk about that. We planned the move in 2 phases. First, well, actually technically 3. Travel trailers moved to the manufacturing space. We have the operations team, their offices are complete, but the corporate offices, which will be there, they were not ready. We were going to move that later. We wanted to get in the manufacturing space first. So the second phase was to move the corporate offices down the road. And then the third phase was to move motorhomes into the old travel trailer factory, or what we like to call it now, the new motorhome factory. So that got a little delayed by something called COVID-19. We were going to be in the new offices in March. We are now going to move into the new offices sometime first week of August. Along with the new offices, below the corporate offices, which is on the second floor, we have 2 training facilities, one for our employees, the other for our dealers. It's kind of tough to bring dealers in to train right now with, everything going on. So we look at that being delayed more from a pandemic standpoint than than the ability to train. And then those spaces will open in August, but they probably won't be utilized much other than internal. But we also have a heritage center, a museum, where we're going to have a lot of history on Wally Byam, the club, our own history, some of the unique collaborations like NASA and others will be highlighted. So really excited about that. It should be fantastic. We partnered with a firm that does this at a very high level. So it'll be like a journey. You walk through the museum and you'll kind of get to see what's going on. We'll have a little area that'll be showing videos. I'm sure you'll see Wally leading some caravans on some of those videos. So we're really excited about introducing that. I'm hoping that'll be done sometime this fall. As you can imagine, not only does this stop the construction, but with a lot of the pieces that go into a museum like that, we're relying on suppliers all across the country. So they're all under different orders and manufacturing timelines. So, but that'll be at the end of the year. So that's the update on the office. I'm looking forward to moving over there. Let me talk a little bit about Airstream on the people side. So little over 2 years ago, our parent company, Thor Industries, did a joint venture with a company called THL, Tourism Holdings Limited, I believe. They're based in New Zealand, and they're actually the largest RV rental firm in the world. They've got RV rental companies in Australia, New Zealand, US. And with their rental company, they've developed some really interesting technologies that basically manages their fleet. So it's a true story. If you rent one of their motorhomes in New Zealand and you're speeding, something triggers their call center and your cell phone rings and says, Mona, you're going past the speed limit and you better stop. That's our motorhome, not yours. So or if you're parked in an unauthorized area, they would say, hey, you're parked in an unauthorized area, get out of there. So really sophisticated things. And they use it for fleet management, but we thought, boy, what kind of technology could we use for customer experience? What could we learn from that maybe you just want to understand what your holding tank is if you need to dump your tank because you're dry camping, or where your batteries are, or some other things. Airstream had been on a smart journey for some time, and Bob was suggesting to Thor, they really, instead of buying another RV company, they should really invest in a technology company. So Bob became, be careful what you ask for, right? So Thor did a joint venture with them and included 5 tech companies. One of them was the telematics and all of the smart data that I just explained. But they also had a company called, I believe it's My Way, that's peer-to-peer rental, similar to Airbnb. They also owned a company called Road Trippers, which we had actually worked with on some other projects. They're based in Cincinnati. And it sounds just like it's basically exactly the way it sounds. If you're going if I'm leaving Jackson Center going to Florida and I love Mustangs and I want to see every Mustang museum between here and there, it'll actually set up a road trip. Kind of sounds like a nice app that potentially could be integrated for our customers. And then there was a couple of other companies mixed in with that. So they asked Bob to be president and CEO of both TH2, which is what they referred to this joint venture, as well as Airstream. That's when I was promoted to chief operating officer because Bob needed somebody to manage the day-to-day. Bob got that up off the ground, integrated with the Thor companies, but realized he's not a tech person. And that's a whole nother ball of wax. He's a manufacturing person. So he could really only take it so far. So they hired a gentleman, I believe he's from, don't quote me on this, but I do believe he's from Orbitz. And he's now running that company, has a lot of digital experience. And Bob has stepped back full time. Actually, he had stepped back to the board of TH2, and now he's completely even off that. So as he came back, the pandemic hit. We didn't know where business was going. Bob's been president 15 years. 13 of those years, all the VPs reported to him. He said, why don't we go back to the old structure? That's put me back in the VP of sales role. And I got to tell you, if I was going to choose 2 years to be COO, those were the 2 years. We moved an entire factory. We got the design of a new factory. We instituted core values here. We launched some really exciting new products. So even if Bob was president CEO, there was a lot going on. And I learned both from the good and the bad. In fact, at one point, I unfortunately had to part ways with our HR director. So I was the acting HR director for 4 months. I'm surprised we're still standing after that. I realize that is not my forte. But from an experience standpoint for me of understanding the difficulties that the HR experiences and the other divisions experience, I think I'm going to be a better VP of sales because I understand what some of those challenges are. So I couldn't be more thrilled with that experience. So that's a management change, but let me talk a little bit about the coronavirus. As things started to get a little tight in March, we were really concerned, and then Ohio shut down, which included us. Although we kept our service open the entire time, parts distribution open the entire time, engineers were working from home, HR was available. We quickly pivoted. Whoever could work from home did work from home. We kept those essential businesses open to support our customers, both dealers and retail. And we were concerned. We started to look at automotive forecasting models that predicted April would be off 80% in sales. Obviously, we were off 100% because we weren't operating, but this was what our dealers were selling. So in our models, we thought we would be off anywhere from 60 to 80%. We were praying for only off 60%, if you can imagine that. And immediately we realized when we come back, we need to be at a lower rate, production rate. So we actually, unfortunately, had a layoff. We were building 85 travel trailers a week. We took it down to 60 units a week, and that meant over 200 people were laid off. We actually didn't reduce the motorhome rates. We're so far behind on motorhomes because Mercedes has had a supply problem. We kept those rates the same. So we started to get through April, and we realized, business a little better than we thought. Motorhomes actually was even year over year. We did see some downside in trailers. We were off about 29%. So we were way better than we thought. And what happened was really interesting. And that was those are retail deliveries at dealers. Every dealer in New York was shut down. Just about every dealer in California was shut down. So for them to deliver that many was actually a feat in itself because they were really having to practice social distancing and to be able to deliver these units. So considering all those restrictions, down 30% was pretty phenomenal because we had some dealers just flat out closed. But second half of April is where we started to see it. Website traffic started to skyrocket. Leads started to skyrocket. Our dealers were saying their websites were almost being shut down. They couldn't handle the amount of traffic. We went into May and it exploded. The states opened up. Customers could buy. And we beat our all-time monthly record by 30% in the month of May for dealer retail registrations. Blew it away. We started to see almost like panic buying. Like, remember how toilet paper was at the beginning of the pandemic? I'm telling you, RVs have kind of become that. I just want to get the heck out of my house. I know RVing is safe. Where is this model? I'll just buy it. So we really shifted from thinking we have a sales problem to, man, we got a delivery problem and infrastructure problem. May turned out just absolutely fantastic. And so where do we stand in June? So with that all-time record pace through the 24th of May, and then comparing it to the 24th of June, granted, this is all dealer deliveries. It has nothing to do with what we're produced. I'll talk about that in a second. We are pacing 50% ahead of May's pace. It's selling so much, we might literally clear the deck. We might not have any dealer inventory. In some models, we're done. There's no more inventory. Our interstate.
No. You have to have an all-white classic 30-foot. Just keep one of those. Sorry.
Well, Mona, you know somebody. We'll be able to find one of those. You each do. So it's actually turned into the biggest buying frenzy I've ever seen in over 20 years of being in this business. And it's brought us literally to our knees. And it's actually now we want to increase those production rates, but do it in a quality manner. We don't want to just crank up and not consider that for sure. But we're now having to make very difficult decisions with allocation to dealers with a specific emphasis on our exclusive stores because they don't have anything else to sell. We're shifting too because these deliveries understandably are not like a delivery you would typically have. Some states are very strict on social distancing, but the customer still wants the unit, the travel trailer to go enjoy. So we are updating our how-to videos online on some common questions that we get on our call center after you buy your RV for the first time, your Airstream for the first time. So we're going more digital. We also recognize dealers don't have a lot of inventory, so we're doing more video walk-arounds here at the factory so that dealers can at least show the customer what's on order and if they want to sign up for it so they have more access to that content. And we're doing a lot more of these Zoom calls. We've been training dealers. We've been, in many cases at the factory, we've done FaceTime with customers who are kind of stuck. They're in a campground and they can't figure out how to do something. So we are pivoting on a technology standpoint faster than we ever have before. So things are great. So looking forward, what does all this mean? Clearly, when this whole thing hit, we all thought short term we'd have some choppy waters. Long term, we don't think RVs will have ever been more popular because it is a safe way to travel. Sleeping in your own bed, you're using your own facilities, you're cooking in your own kitchen. You know, just makes sense. It's intuitively safe for a lot of customers. Just didn't realize how fast it would be popular. But and we're really focusing more on digital tools, what we can do to help. But the real opportunity for us all, and where I think the club comes in, is we are seeing first timers like we've never seen before. We were already indexing high on first timers. You know, depending on the demographics you look at, we range anywhere from 45 to 50% of new Airstreams owners have never owned another RV before. The other half have largely owned another Airstream, right? So we have a unique situation there, but we're seeing that more than ever. And in fact, this also, and it's not just Airstream, it's the rest of the industry. If you have a dealer and they had a huge sales month for new units and it drops their inventory level where they're not comfortable, they would typically say, well, that's okay because I sold so many new units, I have some used units to sell, right? Their used inventory typically grows. The percentage of trade-ins is the lowest it's ever been. So not only are they dropping their new inventory, but because so many first-timers are buying, their used inventory is extremely low. And that's a huge revenue source for them. So they're concerned because they don't get that benefit on the other side of having a nice used unit to sell to somebody. So anyway, I think with these new owners, we're going to have more questions and more, they need to know how to use the Airstream. Where do I go with the Airstream? Where's the community with Airstream? And, you know, I think this club has done a great job over the past few years of really trying to attract those new buyers and give them, you know, they love the caravanning but it's even more so than normal. So I think it's a great opportunity, not only for us, but for the club. From our standpoint, we think a lot of these consumers on paper look very similar to the ones we've had. They're professionals. They've had a great job, but they spent their recreational time differently. They never RV'd before. They went on cruises. They traveled internationally. Now they're really being drawn to this industry. So if we do this correctly, and this might surprise you, they're all buying Bambis. I'll just try it out, see if I like it. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. So we know what'll happen next year. If they like it, they're gonna like, all right, we got 2-foot-itis. We need to get the larger Airstream. So it's really important that we take care of these customers, and because it could expand our base for everybody, for the club, for us, for our dealers. We're really excited about that. But I have to tell you, it's a little bit daunting at the same time. Their expectations are extremely high. These folks have, they spend money, and staying at the Four Seasons is pretty sweet. It's maybe not the same experience as sitting in a 16-foot Bambi with a wet bath. But if they like it and they get hooked, man, I think we have a really just a phenomenal opportunity ahead of us. So that is where we are. As terms of the production rates, with this high level of retail, there's no way we can build anywhere close. In fact, in April, we shipped a few units that were kind of at the end of the line and were ready to ship. We were able to bring in a few people to ship them to try to get some revenue, but largely that just depleted whatever was retail sold for the dealers, just depleted their inventory. And then in May, we were able to ship about a quarter of what they retailed. And then in June, we're hoping to be able to ship a third of what they retail. So the inventory is coming down quite a bit. We're a very structured increase rates till the end of the year. It's essentially we're trying to increase it by 5 units a week, and we do it each month. It's not every week we increase 5. We increase 5, wait about 4 or 5 weeks, then increase 5, then increase 5. On the motorhome side, we have we're kind of tied to Mercedes-Benz on what their supply is. Right now, they've been able to supply us nicely, but we are moving the plant. In fact, when I came in this morning, the Atlas slide-out installation is now moved. So we are technically building in the new motorhome plant. So it's good to see. And after next week, motorhomes will shift over to what you guys saw as the old travel trailer factory. It's going to be the new touring coach. So with that, they're operating in 3 buildings right now. They'll now operate in 1 building, which will be a huge benefit to them and a lot of efficiency gains and a lot more access to tools and machinery. So anyway, it's been a great news that business is up so much. I hate to say we'd benefit over a tragic incident like we've had from the pandemic, but you can kind of see why the great outdoors and RVing might be more appealing now than ever before. And I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, we really could use the help from the club. And how do we help these people get connected, understand how to use their Airstreams, know that they're not alone when they come back and the battery's dead, and what do you need to look for and those things. I mean, the club has always been just so great in the community for those types of things, but we see those needs now more than really ever. So we're a little overwhelmed, but we'd much rather be this kind of overwhelmed than what we were looking at back in March when the prospects weren't looking as good. And I will say it's a similar story with other Thor companies, our sister companies amongst Thor. We check in with them. How are you guys doing? What are you seeing? I would say the only segment that hasn't come booming back and roaring back is the high-end diesel pushers are still slow. And they've never really recovered from the Great Recession. But everything else, Class C's, gas Class A's, fifth wheels, it seems to be a pretty common theme. They're all up. It's just different levels of how much they're up. But we're really not on wood. It's been a great recovery, and we like trying to solve these problems. So. And that's really it. I'm back on the IBT now and coming back to VP of Sales. So I'm thrilled to work with each of you. I think that's the best part about this job is the people you get to meet, and so I look forward to. And if you notice, my hair's a lot shorter because in May, I told them, I said, if our dealers sell that many, I'll shave my head. There's no way. Well, they hit it. So It's actually grown a bit. I went from COVID-19 hairdo to this shaved thing, and but I was proud to shave it. I couldn't believe they sold so many. So we're trying to have a little fun. If we weren't all crazy, we'd go insane, right? I think a wise man once said. So Mona, I don't know how this format is. I'd be happy to
It's
answer
great.
any questions you have, but I'm also sensitive to the format. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first off, Justin, thank you for being here. We love having you here. And I personally have always admired the relationship you have with the club and with each international president during their term. It means the world to all of us. And we're here with you. So you help design and build the dream. Your dealer partners sell the dream and deliver the dream. And our club is here to help people learn how to live that dream. So whatever we can do together, we really appreciate the partnership. It's very special to us. Does anyone I know this is unscripted, but people would expect that from me a bit. Are any members of this executive committee, do you have a question for Justin? If so, raise your hand. Okay. I guess not, Justin. You probably answered everything other than where I find that white plastic. And Eric wants one too. So we'll let that go. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate the time you've taken to do this. Now we're going to move on. Is there any correspondence to be read?
Received correspondence regarding a confidential matter.
Thank you. The treasurer's report will be presented at the IBT meeting. There is no unfinished business. There is new business to be conducted. It is necessary for the executive committee to ratify the actions taken since the executive committee meeting held on January 23rd, 2020. Without objection, the actions taken by the executive committee to approve the following will be ratified. Number 1, unit club name changes, Shenandoah Valley of Virginia unit to Spirit of Virginia Airship Club. Pensacola, Florida unit to Pensacola, Florida Airship Club. PA unit to PA Airship Club. North Idaho, North IA Airship Club to IA North Airship Club. Ontario, Canada unit to Ontario, Canada Airship Club. Number 2, new local club flag, Spirit of Virginia Airship Club, Pensacola, Florida Airship Club, and Northern Ohio Virtual Airship Club. Number 3, new logo, Northern Ohio Virtual Airship Club and Wiscup Airship Club. Number 4, purchase of storage containers for WBAC Rally Cargo. Number 5, cancellation of Loveland 2020 International Rally. Number 6, draft documents, resolution declaring proclamation of emergency due to COVID-19, 2020 WBCCI delegates voting FAQ. And that's it. Are there any questions? Without objection, the actions taken by the executive committee from February 7, 2020 through May 8, 2020 are ratified. Hearing no objections, the actions are ratified. Is there any further new business? If there is no further business, this concludes the executive committee meeting, executive committee virtual meeting for June 24, 2020. The IBT virtual meeting will begin at 9:45 Central, so in 15 minutes. Thank you all, and thanks again, Justin. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes. The meeting will come to order. To avoid disruptions in our meeting and in respect to all attendees of this International Board of Trustees meeting, the chair requires that all cell phones be turned off. If you must answer a cell phone, do so outside of the room in which you are currently seated for the same reason. Please also be aware of any background noise, no matter how insignificant, which may inadvertently be transmitted during the meeting and cause a disruption. As this meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, please make sure there is an appropriate background visible for the audience. Due to COVID-19 related travel restrictions, this meeting will be held online via a Zoom broadcast, via a broadcast Zoom meeting on the club YouTube channel. Any other recording, transmittal, or retransmittal of this International Board of Trustees meeting is not authorized. Any violation of this policy may be subject to legal and/or disciplinary measures. The proprietary rights of our corporation and our members need to be respected. Webster's dictionary tells us that the definition of an invocation is the following: the action of invoking something or someone for assistance. This has generally been related to a religious statement. Today, however, we seek all of your assistance, all of your assistance. We seek your help to make this virtual board meeting a remarkable success. We ask for your help to be good to one another and accept and rejoice in the differences between us. We need your help to make this club strong, vibrant, lively, fun, and loving. So today, we offer up the following reflection. Should you wish to offer up a silent prayer on behalf of our organization at the end of this reflection, please feel free to do so. We will make time for that. The inspiration will be given by Terry Warren, Region 10 Immediate Past President and International Standing Committee Membership Chair.
Thank you, Mona. In this difficult time in our history, there have been many changes and heartbreaking loss. So how fortunate we are to be here together, even though we do so remotely. Right now, we still aren't able to see one another or share hugs with those we've missed seeing since last year in Virginia. It may be a while before we can find our new normal, but this club, 65 years old, endures. Our friendships endure, and our love of camping in our Airstream endures. As we meet today, let's be grateful for the consistency of our club's history. We need something consistent in our lives, something that isn't vulnerable to loss or to change. We're also thankful for the many hours our volunteers and leaders have given to make this club better and more vibrant. Perhaps now more than ever, we realize how precious time is, and for those who've given so much of their time to this club, we are grateful. The conflict in our country also makes us more acutely aware of how much we need to be kind to one another, hold each other close, even if only remotely. And if we do that, perhaps we will find even greater richness in our next in-person meeting with one another at a rally, a caravan, or in Lebanon, Tennessee in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, I apologize for the abbreviated time for personal reflection. A flag screen is being shared with you while International First Vice President Andy Selking leads the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. Everyone will remain seated and muted, but you will be able to hear and recite the pledge without everyone hearing each other. Andy, please begin.
It's the custom and privilege of citizens of the United States of America to pledge allegiance to our country's flag. We invite citizens of other countries to honor your country as we honor our flag and country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
At the June 30, 2018 meeting of the International Board of Trustees, the bylaws, Article 8, Section 3 was amended to read, the preparatory seminar and IBT meetings may be combined for each of the 3 Board of Trustees meetings. The seminar and the IBT meeting have been combined for today. Proposed rules for this virtual IBT meeting are, any board member may speak during this meeting after being recognized by the chair. Members will have the chance to be heard. All speakers must give their name and office. Remarks are to be limited to 3 minutes except where approved by the chair. Board members are to mute their microphones until recognized by the chair. Board members who want to ask a question or make a comment are to use the raise hand tool provided on Zoom. Zoom should remain muted until called upon by the chair. Once recognized by the chair, board members are to unmute their microphones, present the question or comment, and mute their microphones again when they have finished talking. In lieu of in-person participation, members are able to submit questions or comments to the IBT through an online form located on the airstreamclub.org/election site. All questions or comments submitted prior to the start of the meeting have been reviewed. Actually, we did not receive any, so we have not reviewed them. We will review any that are submitted during the meeting and respond afterwards. Questions or comments submitted on the online form during the IBT will be reviewed as soon as possible. After each updated report or action item is presented, feedback will be requested from the International Board of Trustees, followed by the region vice presidents. If there have not been any questions or comments submitted from the audience, the discussion will end when the chair calls for the question and all raised hands will be lowered. Speakers may speak twice on each item, but those who wish to speak a second time must wait until all who want to speak a first time have done so. A yellow card will be held up when the speaker has spoken for 2 minutes. When 3 minutes have been used by the speaker, a red card will be held up and a bell will ring. The speaker will stop. There will be a limit of 20 minutes for discussion on each motion unless the chair extends that time. If a roll call vote is necessary, the International Recording Secretary will randomly call on board members. Microphones will be unmuted to record the vote and then muted again once the vote is completed. When the chair calls for the question, only the trustees may vote. If there is no objection, these will be the rules for this meeting. Hearing no objection, these are the rules for this meeting. The chair would like to welcome back to the International Board of Trustees, Justin Humphreys, who will be serving as the Airstream Inc. representative. Justin will be an ex officio member of the Executive Committee and the International Board of Trustees. Welcome back, Justin. The secretary will call the roll.
President Mona Heath.
Present.
First Vice President Andrew Selking.
Present.
Second Vice President Ty Mott.
Present.
Third Vice President Eric McHenry.
Present.
Recording Secretary here. Treasurer Jim Polk.
Here.
Immediate past President Barry Bell.
Present.
Region 1 President Per Hemquist.
Present.
Region 2 President Richard Short.
Present.
Region 3 President John Leake.
Present.
Region 4 President Karen Fisher.
Present.
Region 5 President Robert Weitzel. Region 5 President Robert Weitzel.
Not here.
Absent. Region 6 President Jim Johnson.
He's over. Can we pause for 1 second?
Yes. I was going to ask, the chair asked that if you are not being called on, please mute your microphones. And if you wish to speak, use the raise hand function.
Present.
Madam Chair, we just transferred Jim Johnson. He was over the attendee over onto the panelists so he can be recognized by the secretary.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Region 6 President Jim Johnson.
Turn on this video. He's got his hand up saying he's here. He refuses to start his video.
That's okay. Just unmute him. Jim, can you hear us now?
He's still muted.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Hi,
Yes.
Jim.
Can you hear me now? Huh?
Region 6 President Jim Johnson.
Yeah, present. I couldn't unmute. It wouldn't let me.
Region 7 President Don Thompson.
Present.
Region 8 President Mike Stisk.
Present.
Region 9 President Bill Kendall.
Present.
Region 10 President Michelle Barassa.
Present.
Region 11 President Patty Reed.
Present.
Region 12 President Cecilia Stansberry.
Can you hear me?
Region
Okay.
12
It wouldn't, yes, present. It wouldn't allow me to unmute, but I'm
Parliamentarian Joanne Miller. Parliamentarian Joanne Miller.
present.
Corporate Manager Lori Plummer.
Present.
Trustee Justin Humphreys. Still here? Madam President, 20 members are present. Region 5 is not represented.
Is there a vice president from Region 5 available?
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Chair recognizes can't see where you are. Attendees?
Yes.
Chris Seplak, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Lori, could you please move Chris to panelist?
He's on by phone, Mona.
Oh,
So
okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we just have promoted him. He has the ability to speak throughout the session.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam President, with that then, we have 21 members present.
Thank you. A quorum is present. A proposed agenda for this meeting is before you. Without objection, this will be the agenda. Hearing no objection, this will be the agenda for this meeting. 2 sets of minutes have been distributed to the members of this board. The minutes of the January 23rd, 2020 IBT meeting and the minutes of the March 31st, 2020 special virtual meeting. These minutes should be before them at this time. Without objection, we shall dispense with the reading of the minutes. Hearing none, we will dispense with reading the minutes. Are there any corrections to these minutes? Since there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. The next item on the agenda is the report of the officers. First is the president's report. Where do I begin to describe my year as international president? Not with disappointment because the Loveland 2020 International Rally was canceled. Without a doubt, we made the right decision by putting our members first. I'm choosing to begin with joy in knowing that our members continue to do what we do best, enveloping new members with kindness, support, and inspiring them with the possibilities of what if. As I look around at the participants on this Zoom webinar, I see a team. Together, we have faced the unprecedented challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on our loved ones, our careers, our lifestyle, our economy, and our world as we know it. Our members look to us for leadership, compassion, and hope, and together we have exceeded those expectations. Without hesitation, each of you made the decision to cancel or delay region activities and supported local club presidents and caravan leaders as they came to the same conclusion. I know that these were not easy decisions, that you and our members poured their creativity and time into planning these events, and am forever grateful that your actions were made in the best interest of our members. Your legacy of managing through this process with grace, dignity, and utmost concern for the well-being of our members will extend far beyond your term of office. Thank you for your service and leadership. Collectively, we will come through this together thanks to you. To our members viewing this on YouTube, my heart is overflowing with the support and encouragement I've received from so many of you throughout this journey, and particularly over the last few months, the unexpected and unimaginable outpouring of kindness, which will stay with me forever. Your texts, Facebook posts and messages, emails and cards are filed away in a special place I refer to as kindness. Are there any other reports of the officers? First Vice President?
Yes. I don't need to unmute.
Okay, you're good.
I do want to report that we are going to, my team will meet in July in Lebanon to plan for next year's rally. We think we have a great opportunity with everything that's gone on with the COVID and whatnot, and hearing the good news that Airstream trailers are selling like hotcakes, and there are potential for lots and lots of new members out there to come join us and be involved in our club. So I think that, you know, a lot of bad things have happened in the last 6 months. Who would have thought we'd be where we are today? But I'm looking at it as an opportunity to spring forward. And the last couple of years, we have moved the club forward in a lot of great, fantastic ways by a lot of people that have laid a lot of groundwork. So I want to continue that. And I think we have an opportunity of a lifetime next year to maybe hit it out of the park and have all kinds of people show up for something that they would enjoy doing and be able to get out and use their Airstream trailer again. So that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Second Vice President.
No, I don't have anything at this time.
Thank you. Third Vice President.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to also thank everyone for their patience as we understand how to apply this technology to our meetings. And great job so far. It's working out really well, Mona. Thank you. I do want to give a little bit of an update on our database and member management, database project. I think Lori may fill in a little bit later. But as you're all aware, it was about a year ago when we launched the new public facing website. It's gone really well. We've struggled a lot in terms of training and rollout. COVID has been a little bit of a complication for us. But the good news is that we made a lot of progress since last June. One of the most important things about the website, though, is how we present our events. And I looked just a little while ago, and all of our clubs have about 300 events that are posted club-wide between now and about May 2021. So for anyone who is looking to attend a WBCCI event, there's about 300 events they can pick from nationwide. That's really quite wonderful. The second and third parts of the project were actually the most complicated, and those are the ones we're starting to launch now. We have the new member management database up and running. This is the tool that Lori and her team use to look at memberships, assign big red numbers, change big red numbers, the data for Blue Beret publications. That went live about a month ago, and it's looking pretty good. It was a massive migration from our prior database. Lori and her team have been cleaning up some of the data. With any migration, we typically find data that's old and not right, so that's actually working pretty good. Where our members will see the next thing themselves will be when we launch the self-service portal, and that's expected to go live in July sometime. I'd say the latter part of July, and a little bit delay again because of COVID. What that means is that our members will be able to log in with their username and a password. The username will be their email address on record, and their password will be their personal password. Once logged in, they will be able to have access to member-only discount pages, which are pretty cool. They'll also be able to change some of their personal information if they want to update their email address, their contacts, their preferences for Blue Beret mailing or courtesy parking. They'll be able to do that directly. I think, though, that one of the most exciting things, though, particularly for the membership chairs in our club, is that they will now be able to immediately access a live record of the members in their local club and be able to send out information to those members, as well as look up big red numbers. Like, for example, let's say you see a big red number going down the freeway, you'll be able to click on your phone, and when you're logged in, type it in and see it directly. So we're pretty excited about that. With any launch, though, it's a bit problematic. As we brought up the data from the old database, as I mentioned, we saw a lot of errors and omissions, but we'll be filling that in over time. So anyway, thank you all for your patience and support on this project. Mark Neidham has been extremely helpful in co-leading this project. Carolyn Beardshear on the Information Technology Committee. A number of other people have put a tremendous amount of hours, and it's been a wonderful team. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And thank you, Mark, Carolyn, and the rest of the team that have worked so tirelessly to bring this to life. Barry, do you have a report?
I have no report at this time.
Okay. Thank you again, Andy, Ty, Eric, and Barry. I appreciate your time here. At this time, the chair would like to ask if there are any additional reports from Lori Plummer, Corporate Manager.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Eric mentioned, we've been doing a lot of work on our database, getting that moved over. It's been a challenge. May 11th is when we started this process, so it's just been a hootenanny making that happen. So on top of that, we've just started the new badge system. Badge system as in we are able to custom print badges now. The new join form went live a couple days ago. I'm sorry, I don't know my timing these last couple weeks. It's been a whirlwind of what's been going on. Anyway, so now when people join the club, they have the option to choose which logo they want to have on their badge, which will also depend upon what decals go in their new membership packet. So they can either choose the ACI logo, the WBAC logo, or the Heritage logo. So all of that is now active for our new members. We have a slight delay on launching our new store. Again, I can give you multiple excuses of why, but we're late. I was hoping to have it launched by the 15th, but look for the next couple of weeks. We'll have that launched because we do have the new decals, all 3 decals in stock. And also we'll be able to then, if people want to change their badges out, we can make that happen as well. So that is a small part of what's been happening here. Just tagging on to what Justin has mentioned, we have had 33 new members in 2 days. So just to give you guys an idea of the amount of people knocking on our door, wanting to learn about the Airstream lifestyle is just been quite overwhelming as well with everything else going on. So hopefully this trend will continue. That's all I have at this time.
Well, I have goosebumps after that. So thank you, Lori, and team at headquarters. You guys are exceptional. Justin Humphreys, do you have a report? Or are you still with us? Well, I have to say that Justin's presentation during the executive committee meeting is already being posted on Facebook with great energy by members of the club. So I'm happy to hear that. The chair recognizes a question from Eric McHenry.
I'm sorry, Mona, I forgot to mention one other thing. One thing we're starting to see and other clubs are starting to see now that the events are posted on a map is that we're starting to see non-local club or non-unit members come to our rallies. And I think what's happening is that, in fact, we're just announced a rally, our first post-COVID get-together for Greater Bay Area, and we're starting to see people join our rallies or sign up that are from other clubs. We're just coming through the area, and I think it's that visibility. So I do think that as we use the system more, all of our local clubs and units are going to start to seeing more new faces show up. People that just, hey, I want to be somewhere 2 weeks from now. What's happening 2 weeks from now in this area? And people just popping in or registering for a rally. So it's kind of exciting. We've actually had to increase the number of spots that we're reserving for our rallies in Greater Bay Area because we're getting more people coming, which is a good thing, but good thing to work with. So anyway, thank you. I forgot to mention.
That's fantastic. That's one of the things we talked about as we were conceptualizing this. So thanks for that update. All right, everyone, thanks for your reports. Is there any correspondence?
Madam President, we do have one piece of correspondence. May I read that?
Yes, please, Vicki.
From Sharon Cairns, April 2nd, 2020. Hello, everyone. It is with sadness that I am writing to inform you that effective immediately, I am resigning as president of Region 10. Our Constitution and bylaws provide that the first VP immediately becomes president. So the new president of Region 10 is Michelle Barassa. As most of you know, Stephen was extremely ill in December and January, necessitating my missing January IBT. While Stephen has mostly recovered from that episode of respiratory failure, it was determined that the cause of that episode was a degenerative disease. This means that I must keep my focus on home life, and it is highly unlikely that we will be traveling when the pandemic is resolved. It was an honor and pleasure working with you and briefly serving as president of Region 10. I hope you and your families will be safe during this pandemic and that soon you will be able to rally together again. Warmly, Sharon. Please note the following. Michelle Barassa will be installed with the other region officers on June 26, 2020.
Thank you, Vicki. Sharon and Stephen, my heart goes out to you. We miss you. Sharon, I loved your feistiness and know that you would have been a great contributor to the board. And Michelle, we look forward to working with you. May we have the treasurer's report from Treasurer Jim Polk?
Yes, you may. I'm very happy to report that our income and expenses was a balanced budget for the year. Net income of $7,212. I think you all have the report in front of you, so you don't need me to read the specific numbers. The total current assets is $681,736. That's spent down a little bit from the new database and the new website, but I'm sure that will recover soon. Our fixed assets less depreciation of $377,577. Total assets, $1,059,313. Total current liabilities, $46,379. Total equity, $1,012,934. Total liabilities and equity, $1,059,313.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any questions on the treasurer's report from the board? From the region vice presidents? The treasurer's report will be filed. Next will be the executive committee meeting report. Chair recognizes Vicki Courtney.
Wally Bayam Caravan Club International. This is a recap of the executive committee meeting votes from February 7th, 2020 through May 8th, 2020. As indicated, members who attended the following meetings were Mona Heath, President, Andy Selking, First VP, Ty Mott, Second VP, Eric McHenry, Third VP, Barry Bell, Immediate Past President, Jim Polk, Treasurer, Vicki Courtney, Recording Secretary, Joanne Miller, Parliamentarian, Lori Plummer, Corporate Manager, Tom Smithson, Constitution and Bylaws Chair. February 7th, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting were Ty Mott, Andrew Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney. Motion 203, made by Vicki Courtney and seconded by Andy Selking to approve the request of Shenandoah Valley of Virginia Unit Number 149 to change their name to the Spirit of Virginia Airstream Club. Motion carried unanimously. Motion 204, made by Vicki Courtney and seconded by Andrew Selking to approve the request of Pensacola, Florida Unit to change their name to the Pensacola, Florida Airstream Club. Motion carried unanimously. February 21st, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting were Ty Mott, Andrew Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney. Motion 206, made by Ty Mott and seconded by Andrew Selking to approve the request of Pennsylvania Unit Number 091 to change its name to Pennsylvania Airstream Club Number 091. Motion carried unanimously. Motion 206, made by Ty Mott and seconded by Andrew Selking to approve the flag of the Spirit of Virginia Airstream Club and logo for any other appropriate applications. Motion carried unanimously. February 28th, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting were Ty Mott, Andy Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney. Motion 205 R1, made by Andy Selking and seconded by Vicki Courtney to approve the use of the new flag design for the Pensacola, Florida Airstream Club. Motion carried unanimously. March 12th, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting were Andy Selking, Eric McHenry, Ty Mott, Jim Polk, Barry Bell, Vicki Courtney. Expenditure approval of $1,291.89 plus tax for Ty Mott, Second VP. The EC unanimously approved the purchase of 115 Commander brand storage containers with lids for storage and transportation of WBAC International Rally Cargo. The interlocking Commander brand containers are rugged, lockable, interlocking, and stackable. All sizes are standardized. The money will be spent out of the Rally Fund. March 16th, 2020, the WBCCI Executive Committee met via conference call at 1:00 p.m. Central Time Zone. Attending were Mona Heath, Andrew Selking, Ty Mott, Eric McHenry, Barry Bell, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney, Lori Plummer. After discussion, motion was made by Andrew Selking and seconded by Eric McHenry that the Loveland 2020 International Rally be canceled. Without objection, motion passed unanimously. March 26, 2020, the WBCCI Executive Committee met via conference call at 1 p.m. Central Time. Attending were Mona Heath, Andrew Selking, Ty Mott, Eric McHenry, Vicki Courtney, Jim Polk, Barry Bell, Lori Plummer, Joanne Miller, also attending Tom Smithson. After discussion and without objection, the Executive Committee agreed to a draft document, resolution of the International Board of Trustees of the Wally Byam Caravan Club International, WBCCI, declaring a proclamation of emergency due to the coronavirus 2019, COVID-19, and a draft of the 2020 WBCCI delegates voting FAQ. Next week, an emergency International Board of Trustees will be called by President Heath to discuss and vote on these documents. April 23rd, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting on motions 208, 209, 210 were Ty Mott, Andy Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney. Motion 208 made by Eric McHenry and seconded by Ty Mott that the Executive Committee of the International Board of Trustees approve the request to change the logo of the Northern Ohio Virtual Airstream Club for use as their logo on letterhead, promotional materials, clothing, and other appropriate applications. Motion carried unanimously. Motion 209 made by Eric McHenry and seconded by Ty Mott that the Executive Committee of the International Board of Trustees approve the image as the flag of the Northern Ohio Virtual Airstream Club for use as their flag. Motion carried unanimously. Motion 210 made by Eric McHenry and seconded by Ty Mott that the Executive Committee of the International Board of Trustees approve the request of the North Iowa Airstream Club number 171 to change their name to Iowa North Airstream Club number 171. Motion carried unanimously. May 7, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting on motion 211 were Ty Mott, Andy Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney. Motion 211 made by Vicki Courtney and seconded by Barry Bell that the Executive Committee of the International Board of Trustees approve the request on the Ontario Candidate Unit 124 to change its name to Ontario Canada Airstream Club number 124. Motion carried unanimously. May 8th, 2020, EC vote via electronic email. Voting on motion 212 were Ty Mott, Andy Selking, Barry Bell, Eric McHenry, Jim Polk, Vicki Courtney, President Mona Heath. Motion 212 made by Vicki Courtney and seconded by Barry Bell that the Executive Committee of the International Board of Trustees approve the request to change logo for Whisk Up Unit number 116. 3 yes votes by Ty Mott, Andy Selking, Jim Polk. 3 no votes by Eric McHenry, Barry Bell, Vicki Courtney. Being a tie vote, President Mona Heath voted yes. Motion carried. Respectfully submitted, Vicki Courtney, International Recording Secretary.
Thank you, Vicki. And thank you to the Executive Committee for being so proactive and responsive to requests from our local clubs and pushing through these motions and saying yes quicker than we ever have. I greatly appreciate that. And I know our members do as well. The next order of business is that of the Standing Committee. No, wait a minute. Next will be a report of the June 2020 Electronic Delegates Meeting voting results. I will have the honor of doing that. Just pretend that I'm on the stage. 2020 delegate voting results. Candidates for office. International President. I'm just so excited to do this. I've waited 4 years. Let's go back a second. We have 106 active clubs with 6,465 votes available. At the close of the election period, we had 94 clubs that voted and 5,597 votes cast. Now I'll go back to our candidates for office. International President Andy Selking, for 5,558, against 0, abstain 39. Total votes cast 5,597. International First Vice President, for 5,539, against 0, abstain 58, total votes cast 5,597. In all cases, the total votes add up to that 5,597. International Second Vice President Eric McHenry, 5,550 votes for, 1 vote against. There always has to be one of us, huh, Eric? And 46 abstain. International Third Vice President Per Hamquist, 5,511 for, against 0, 86 abstain. International Treasurer Beth Hackney, 5,571 for, 26 abstain, 0 against. International Recording Secretary Judy Bechtold, 5,563 for, 0 against, 34 abstain. Nominating Committee, Victoria Magnaka, 5,538 for, 0 against, 59 abstain. Mark Hammer, 5,173 for, 0 against, 424 abstain. Before I congratulate and welcome the international officers, I made light of something, and just because for 4 years I lived with it, and the thing I'm most proud of is that this platform, and particularly this platform, gives our members at a local club unit level, local club level, the ability to voice their vote. And so there will always be people who abstain. There will occasionally be people that are against, and that's okay. That's what our club stands for. And so my joke was not to be disrespectful at all. I respect the process tremendously. I have lived and breathed it for 4 years, and I admire it. So with that said, welcome to the 2020-2021 International Board of Trustees. I look forward to working with you and members of the Executive Committee. Okay, amendments. Let's go through those votes right now. Article 6, title Qualifications of Members. For, 5,428. Against, 169. Abstain, 0. Again, all totals equal 5,597, which are the votes cast by the 94 clubs. Article 2, Delegates Meeting. For, 5,399. Against, 198. Abstain, 0. Number 3, change from units to local clubs. For, 5,408. Against, 124. Abstain, 65. All 3 constitutional amendments passed. I also would like to extend my sincere thank you to those 94 clubs and the delegates for those clubs who took the time, who read the amendments, who asked questions, and who cast their votes for these constitutional changes and for our slate of officers. Thank you so much. The next order of business is that of the standing committees and special committee reports. It is just about 10:26. So we're 45 minutes after our break. And Tom Smithson has a little bit to say. Here's what I would suggest. I'd say we go through my next bit of speaking, and we ask Jay Thompson to provide updates to his caravan report. And following that, we'll announce a 10-minute break. Sound good? Okay. All right, so the next order of business is that of standing committees and special committee reports. All members of this board have received electronic copies of the written reports filed by each committee. The order of the standing committee reports is listed in Bylaws, Article 3, Section 1, page 3. For those watching, these reports and motions are on airshippingclub.org, where you can refer to them. Only standing committee chairs who have updated reports or action items included in reports will be asked to present information to the board. All committee reports will be filed with the minutes of this meeting. We will begin with the standing committee reports. After each updated report or action item is presented, feedback will be requested from the International Board of Trustees, followed by the region vice presidents. No questions or comments from the audience have been submitted. So following those two discussions, that discussion will end when the chair calls for the question, and all raised hands will be lowered. As directed in policy 8.6.1, International Board of Trustees, section E, IBT votes are to be by roll call unless a request for unanimous consent is approved. The chair will put the question for unanimous consent on all motions after discussion is complete. If there is an objection to a unanimous consent, a roll call vote will be taken. After a motion has passed, headquarters will make the appropriate changes to the Blue Book and distribute them. Jay Thompson, Chair of the Caravan Standing Committee. Jay, do you have any additional information to provide?
Yes, I do.
Please do so.
And I want an update on that. We actually ran 3 caravans early in the year. All 3 had to end early. Since then, we have canceled 17 caravans. We still have 2 scheduled to run. The Oars and Shores in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and the Southeast Adventure. They both are scheduled to run in October. And at this stage, we still believe we're going to run them. For everybody's information, the policy is if we cancel a caravan, all participants will receive all of their money back, all of their community fee. In case we couldn't get our deposits either transferred to the next year or reimbursed, the caravan fund is paying for those deposits. So far, we have spent $24,059 on that. We still have some money left, and so we're going to see where that comes out. Second item, every 5 years, we have to update the caravan handbook. We have a committee headed by Matt Hackney that is working on that, and it will be in a digital format versus a printed format. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the chair from the board? From the region vice presidents? Jay, I can't thank you enough for all that you've done for our members, our caravan leaders. I was on one of those that canceled early and I had a blast until it canceled. I appreciate you putting members first, and thank you for everything you've done for this club.
Thank you, Mona.
You're welcome. It is 10:31, so if all is well, let's convene back here at 10:41. Talk to you in a few. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes. Okay, the meeting of the International Board of Trustees is now reconvened. Before we begin with Tom Smithson, I would like to welcome Bob Weitzel, Region 5 President. You will be seated as a panelist. And Chris Seplak, thank you so much for participating. For the rest of the meeting, we will shift you over to attendees where the rest of the Region Vice Presidents are as well. But thank you. It's good to see you here, Bob. Tom Smithson, Chair of the Constitution and Bylaws Standing Committee. What have you been doing in your spare time? There are 8 action items presented with this report. Tom, will you please read motion number A, R6 concerning amending bylaws, Article 4, membership and membership privileges and associated policies.
Good morning, Madam President. Is my audio fine?
Yes.
Is it okay? All right, good.
Yep.
All right. Number one, I'd like to apologize for the fact that there are so many motions, but I had a very boring fall and I didn't have anything else. No, that's not true. All right, so let's start out with action item A. I move that bylaws Article 4 membership and membership privilege and policies of this article in the WBCCI bylaws be deleted in its entirety, and a new Article 4 membership and membership privileges be inserted as well as associated policies. The current Article 4 and associated policies are attached for reference, and I would request that I not have to read that 12 pages.
If you hadn't requested, I would have. Yes, you don't. Please do not read those pages.
Thank you. So Article 4 membership and membership privileges would then read Article 4 membership and membership privileges. Section 1 membership in the International Club WBCCI and any local club thereof is restricted to adults who qualify in accordance with Article 6 Section 1 of the International Constitution. Section 2, there are 2 types of membership in WBCCI. 1, regular members, those who have joined a local club, and 2, members at large, members who have not joined a local club. Section 3, an owner and each co-owner and his/her spouse/partner of a recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Incorporated. Upon becoming a regular member or member at large of the International Club shall be deemed to possess 1 vote per person for international constitutional issues or international officers. An affiliate member and his /her spouse/partner, those who are regular members who wish to form a relationship with another local club, shall possess all the rights and privileges of a regular member of a local club except the following. A, the right to hold office in the local club. B, the right to vote in the election of the local club or region officers or international officers outside of their home local club. C, the right to vote on any amendment to the local club constitution or international level. And D, the right to vote on the dissolution, consolidation, or merger of the local club with another local club. Section 4, to be eligible to serve as an elected officer of a local club, a region, or the international club, a person must be a regular member of the international club. A member at large or regular member may serve as an intra-club officer. Section 5, no local club shall establish, fix, or observe a limit as to the number of its members. Section 6, a local club shall not establish a class of membership that is not as defined or listed in the international constitution, bylaws, or policy. Section 7, a co-owner is defined as one of two WBCCI members that share ownership of a single Airstream recreational vehicle with another member. In the case of co-ownership of a recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Inc., only those co-owners paying international and local club dues or member at large fees shall have the rights and privileges of an international club member. A co-owner or owner of a recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Incorporated may only have one membership in the Wali Bayam Caravan Club, regardless of the number of said recreational vehicles they own in part or wholly. Section 8, a regular member may invite a non-member Airstream recreational vehicle owner as a prospective member to attend rallies and other activities of the local club, but will not invite the same non-member RV owner or owners to more than one such rally or activity per year. Section 9, except as authorized by Section 10 and Section 11 of this article, only members of WBCCI traveling in a recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Inc. and their guests and visitors, especially authorized by the Executive Committee of WBCCI, may be admitted to any caravan, rally, or national rally sponsored by an intra-club, local club, region, or the international club. However, members of WBCCI may attend such rallies without their recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Inc. when it is inconvenient or impossible for them to travel in said recreational vehicle. This is provides such members do not attend. For the purpose of this section, attend is defined as to be present at any rally or activity in any other make of recreational vehicle. The requirements of this section shall not be applicable to members of WBCCI traveling outside of the North America continent in caravans organized under the sponsorship of the International Relations Standing Committee. Section 10, a recreational vehicle that is not manufactured by Airstream Inc. shall not be admitted to any caravan, rally, or national rally sponsored by an intra-club, local club, region, or the international club. A semi or fully self-contained motorized recreational vehicle being used to tow a recreational vehicle manufactured by Airstream Inc. may be admitted to any activity as described above, provided the motorized vehicle is used solely for transportation purposes as a caravan or rally at a caravan or rally parking site. Section 11, special rally conditions. A, local clubs once each calendar year may host a rally or caravan or combination thereof with a recreational vehicle club not chartered by the Wali Bayam Caravan Club International Incorporated, and it may conduct twice each calendar year, but not more than 50% of its scheduled rallies and caravans in any calendar year, a buddy rally or a buddy caravan or combination thereof, to which each member of the local club may invite not more than one non-member recreational vehicle family. The non-member RV family to be invited is intended to be a prospective member and does not own an Airstream. The family is invited to the Buddy Rally or Caravan to introduce them to the WBCCI way of life and the local club member in the hopes the non-member RV family might decide to purchase an Airstream and join the club. A Buddy Rally is not intended to be used by current or past WBCCI members to attend a WBCCI rally in their non-Airstream vehicles. B, the sponsor of a national, region, state, commonwealth, or multi-local club rally may invite non-member owners of recreational vehicles manufactured by Airstream Incorporated to attend such rallies. Section 12, membership dues. A, international membership dues and fees for members at large or for regular members, and dues in any local club or chartered body may be collected electronically by headquarters on the WBCCI website, by mail to headquarters, or through a local club treasurer. International dues collected by the local club shall be forwarded to headquarters twice a month. Local club dues collected by headquarters will be forwarded to the local club twice a month. B, renewals of international dues of regular members and members at large shall be paid after August 1st for the subsequent calendar year. When dues are not received at headquarters by December 31st, a member may not be listed in the print directory for the following year. C, membership in WBCCI shall be suspended on December 31st if dues are not paid electronically or by mail to headquarters or to and received by a local club treasurer on or before December 31st. Any membership so suspended may be reinstated anytime within the next 6 months by payment of international dues and any fees and or local club dues for the current year, anytime between January 1st and June 30th. D, new members of WBCCI are adults who qualify for membership pursuant to the provisions of Article 6 of the International Constitution, and such adults shall have not been members of the International Club in the past 12 months, immediately prior to the date of application for membership or reinstatement. Policy 4.9.1, membership. International dues membership may be transferred from one local club to another during the current dues paying year. This change does not allow or require transfer or refund of any of the local club dues. Transfers are also permitted as follows. A, the membership rights of original signers of a request for a provisional charter shall be transferred to the new local club. B, in the case of the dissolution of a local club, members' rights shall be transferred to local club of the member's choice. C, in the case where a regular member determines that their needs are best met by a different local club, whether through geographic relocation or preference, they may request a transfer. This is limited to one transfer in any year. Policy 4.9.2, international dues. International dues are established by the Board of Trustees upon annual budget review and are payable in U.S. currency only, and members will be notified by the amount prior to August 1st each year through notice published in the Blue Beret. A, international dues of renewing members or members at large shall be $65 U.S. funds per calendar year. Members at large will also pay the current IBT established fee, $15 in lieu of local club dues. B, international dues for new members joining during the first quarter of the calendar year will be $65. During the second quarter, $48, the third quarter, $32, plus $65, and the fourth quarter, $16 plus $65. The third and fourth quarter payment includes the balance of the current year's dues and the next year's dues. All payments will be in U.S. funds. International dues for new members at large joining during the first quarter of the calendar year will be $65. During the second quarter, $48. the third quarter $32 plus $65, and the fourth quarter $16 plus $65. In addition, all payments shall include the current established members at large fee of $15. The third and fourth quarter payments include the balance of the current year's dues and the next year's dues. All payments will be in U.S. funds. Policy 4.9.3, lifetime membership. WBCCI members in good standing may purchase a lifetime membership for a one-time application fee. Only the members named in this original application as recorded at headquarters shall be eligible as lifetime members, and the benefits of a lifetime membership subject to A, payment of a non-refundable, non-transferable one-time fee as listed in the lifetime membership one-time fee schedule found on the WBCCI website. B, payment of a non-refundable annual local club dues or the member at large fee. C, proof of age in the form of copies of birth certificates or driver's licenses. D, the annual payment of local club dues or the member at large fee to maintain the lifetime membership. To apply for lifetime membership, A, determine the age of each individual member as of December 31st of the year in which the application is made. Calculate the average age of the applicant rounded up. For example, if the applicant 1 is 66 and applicant 2 is 63, the average age would be 64 and a half and would be rounded up to 65. Determine the one-time fee as listed on the lifetime membership one-time fee schedule, see WBCCI website. C, submit the completed lifetime membership application form to headquarters with payment in the amount of one-time fee and local club dues or member at large fee. For age verification purposes, also include copies of the proof of age for each applicant in the form of copies of birth certificates or driver's license. D, upon approval, the lifetime membership will become effective on January 1 in the succeeding year following such approval. In default of payment, A, in the event of a lifetime member has not paid their local club dues or member at large fee on or before December 31st each year, their lifetime membership shall be suspended, including all rights, benefits, and privileges for 12 months. Notice of suspension shall be in writing and communicated to the member in question. The lifetime member whose membership has been suspended may renew within the period of suspension by the payment of all dues within the 12-month period of suspension. C, subject to paragraph B, a lifetime member's membership shall be terminated at the expiration of the 12-month period without claim to residual lifetime membership fee. D, a lifetime member whose membership has been terminated may reapply at any time following the steps in policy lifetime membership. Policy 4.9.4, membership stars. Red plastic stars, 2-inch, depicting total years of membership in the International Club are hereby adopted as an official recognition of each 5 years of membership. A, the stars will be issued by headquarters after verification from membership records. The burden of proof of prior membership is on the member in case of reinstatement following a lapse of membership. B, the display of stars shall be aside the International Club decal on the front and rear of the recreational vehicle.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale. This motion is submitted to remove redundant language, provide for clarity in the language of Article 4 and its policies, with a clear description of rights and privileges of the membership and establishing a clear right to vote on all international issues by all members of WBCCI. The financial impact, there is no financial impact on WBCCI. However, there is a proviso associated with this motion. The proviso is the following. Because of the changes in voting policy associated with the motion, the voting policies will not become effective until 1, the 2021 voting cycle at both the international and local club levels. 2, local clubs have had an opportunity to incorporate changes to their constitution and bylaws. And 3, local clubs making these changes in their governing documents will not be required to submit the change documents for review by the Constitution and Bylaws Committee until their next compliance review. This last provision is because I don't want to see 106 Constitution and bylaws descend upon my desk at one time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? The chair recognizes Rich Short.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, we had some questions about some wording in this. One of the big changes was allowing members at large to become officers of intra-clubs only. That's a change from previous policy. And I had some questions yesterday about the number of members at large, what percentage they were of the total membership population. And I didn't want any of my comments to be construed as being against members at large personally. What I was questioning was the status of having the policy of having 2 levels of membership, a regular member and a member at large. And I felt that a lot of the difficulties in these 2 types of membership, wording, where money goes, could be solved by reviewing that and going to a regular member. If you're a dues payer, you're a regular member if you meet the other criteria of owning a Airstream product, et cetera. So I just wanted to say that I had no malice towards any members at large personally, but and I will continue to question the value of the 2-tier structure that we have. And rather than oppose the motion, I will support the motion as written with that proviso that I hope that it will provoke a conversation about the 2-tier membership, especially in light of what Justin Humphreys was saying, huge increase in new Airstream purchasers, first-time purchasers who need and will be looking for direction. And I think that the best way to be serving them will be through regular membership, not having them be members at large, but inviting them and encouraging them to be part of the whole club and seek out the camaraderie and family of the local club. Thank you.
Do we have any further questions from the board? From the region vice presidents? The chair reminds the members that only the trustees may vote on all motions. This is a bylaws and policy amendment and requires a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending bylaws Article 4, membership and membership privileges by deleting the article and inserting a new Article 4 and associated policies. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number A, R6 as read. Without objection, motion A, R6 as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion A, R6 is approved. Tom, will you please read motion number B, R2, concerning amending bylaws, Article 17, delegate voting? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that bylaws Article 17 delegate voting be deleted in its entirety and a new Article 17 delegates meeting and voting be inserted. Article 17 delegate voting currently reads, Article 17 delegate voting, Section 1, a delegate to the annual meeting shall cast the total entitled votes of the constituent unit as determined by a vote of the regular members present and voting at a regular or special meeting called for that purpose. A unit may also allow voting by electronic mail, regular mail, or facsimile for regular members unable to attend said meetings. Votes shall be expressed as a percentage of the vote, or for or against, and the results applied to the total entitled regular member vote count of the unit. Each exact half votes will be cast as halves, and fractional votes of more or less than half will be rounded to the nearest whole number. Except that a delegate may cast the total entitled vote of the constituent unit in whatever manner he or she determines proper on any matter which has not been previously determined by a vote of the constituent unit. If a unit uses a voting method other than a regular or special meeting to cast their members' vote, it must take steps to ensure that the accuracy and validity of the vote. Votes from those not in attendance at the meeting at which voting is done must be received by the unit no later than 2 days before the start of the meeting at which the vote is to be taken. These votes must also be kept confidential and not be announced until the voting of the meeting has taken place. Section 2. Voting on procedural matters shall be as the delegate sees fit, voting 1 vote per unit. Section 3, the election of the 2 members of the International Nominating Committee by the delegates at the annual delegates meeting shall be by plurality vote. Article 17, delegates meeting and voting would then read, Section 1, the delegate and alternate representative representing a local club shall present to the delegate's presiding officer or an appointed representative immediately before the annual delegates meeting a form or letter certifying that they are duly selected and stating the number of international dues paying members in their local club. Section 2, the delegate to the annual meeting shall cast the total entitled votes of the local club on constitutional amendments and international officers as determined by a vote of the regular members voting at a regular or a special meeting called for that purpose. A local club may also allow voting by electronic mail, regular mail, or facsimile for regular members unable to attend a meeting. B, votes shall be expressed as the number of votes for or against, and the total votes cast by a local club shall not exceed the total entitled regular members' vote count of that local club. C, the vote shall be expressed in whole numbers. If a local club uses a voting method other than a regular or special meeting to obtain members' votes, it shall take steps to ensure the accuracy and validity of the vote. 1, notes from those not in it, that should be votes, not notes. Votes from those not in attendance at the meeting at which voting is done must be received by the local club no later than 2 days before the start of the meeting in which the vote is to be taken. And 2, these votes must be kept confidential and not announced until voting at the meeting has been taken place. Section 3, each member at large shall vote electronically or by mail ballot when requested of headquarters. A, the International Recording Secretary in the presence of any other international officer shall tabulate voting results of the members at large. B, the International Recording Secretary shall separate the votes by the region of residence of the member at large. C, the International Recording Secretary shall submit voting results for each region to the respective region president, who shall then act as a delegate to report the actual vote of the members at large from their region for all constitutional and international officer votes. D, in the event that there is an amendment to a constitutional motion or a candidate for an international position nominated from the floor, the region president shall vote as they believe their members at large would vote. Section 4, at the delegates meeting, all voting except voting on procedural matters shall be conducted by roll call of the local clubs, with each delegate casting the number of votes to which the local club is entitled. A roll call may be dispensed with when there is no objection to unanimous consent. If there is an objection, a roll call is required. B, WBCCI officers shall be elected by a majority vote. If there is more than one candidate for a position and a candidate fails to obtain a majority of the first roll call, a second roll call shall be conducted. The delegates shall choose between the two candidates who received the highest and the second highest number of votes on the first roll call. C, if there is only one candidate for an office, a roll call may be dispensed with by unanimous consent of the delegates. Section 5, voting on procedural matters shall be at the delegate sees fit, voting one vote per local club. Each region president acting as a delegate for their members at large shall also have one vote. Section 6, the election of the two members of the International Nominating Committee by the delegates or at the annual delegates meeting shall be by plurality vote. Each region president acting as a delegate for the region's member at large will also vote.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale. The Constitution established requirements. The bylaws state the required process. These directions on how the delegates meeting is held were placed in the WBCCI Constitution when they should be in the bylaws, in which describes what the club does and how it is done. A constitutional amendment was submitted to remove these materials from the Constitution and to place them in the bylaws. In addition, this revision provided a mechanism for members at large to vote on international issues, for example, international officers and constitutional amendments. Insomuch as Amendment 2 passed, then this motion becomes appropriate. Financial impact. There is a potential financial impact if members at large request a mail ballot at an estimated cost of approximately $50. Electronic balloting using any of the number of free online balloting services should minimize any cost in this area. This motion also introduces the right and provides the mechanism for members at large to vote on international officers and constitutional changes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? This is a bylaws amendment and requires a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending bylaws Article 17, delegate voting, by deleting the article and inserting a new Article 17. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion B, R2 as read. Without objection, motion B, R2 as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion B, R2 is approved. Tom, will you please read motion number C, R2, concerning amending bylaws, Article 16, financial management, section 4.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that bylaws, Article 16, financial management, section 4 is deleted and a new section 4 be inserted. Article 16, financial management, section 4 currently reads, the International Rally Committee may make a gift to the host community provided that approval has been received at the IBT meeting prior to the start of the International Rally. This gift by the Rally Committee is in addition to the gifts made to various organizations and individuals in the host community from the Religious Service Collection and other club groups such as the Community Service and Family and Youth Committee. See policy 16.6.4 rallies, paragraph G22 for documentation of gifts. Article 16, financial management, section 4 would then read, the International Rally Committee may make a donation to the host community. This donation is in addition to those given to various local or national organizations by club groups such as Community Service and Family and Youth Committee. Any donations from a religious service collection shall be the responsibility of the collectors. See policy 16.6.4, rallies, section F, item 22 for documentation of donations. Rationale.
Hang on, you're getting carried away.
In the head here.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale. The International Rally Committee has the responsibility for the monies of the International Rally and should not need the approval of the IBT. The committee does not gift club funds, as they may have been the practice in the past. The International Rally typically does make donations of money or materials from the rally and donation of monies or materials collected from members in attendance at the rally. This motion clarifies the current practice. Financial impact. There is no financial impact to WBCCI from this motion.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? This is a bylaws amendment and requires a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending bylaws Article 16, financial management, section 4 by deleting this section and adding a new section 4. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number CR2 as read. Without objection, motion number CR2 as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number CR2 is approved. Tom, will you please read motion number D concerning amending bylaws Article 13, use of club name and emblem?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that bylaws Article 13, use of the club name and emblems, add a new section 8, authorizing local clubs to use an officially approved logo of the club for flags per policy 16.6.9, flags and pennants, section A, item 2, pennants or other local club applications. The new bylaws Article 13, use of club name and emblem, section 8 would then read, section 8, all local clubs may use as a part of their marketing or local club paraphernalia any WBCCI approved logo. Logos may be approved by the executive committee or International Board of Trustees. These approved local club logos are not the same as the official WBCCI emblem, bylaws Article 3, use of club name, that should be 13. Article 13, use of club names and emblems, see section 1. These logos may not be used in lieu of the official WBCCI insignia or emblem on the official identification badge of WBCCI as described in Article 13, section 1, 2, and 4.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale. This motion is being offered to clarify the use of WBCCI approved logos by either WBCCI, its local clubs, regions, or intra-clubs. Financial impact. There's no financial impact to WBCCI. And if I may, Madam President, if I may call the Secretary's attention to that in the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down, that should read down bylaws Article 13, not 3. There should be an X in front of that 3. I don't know why we missed that, but we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? This is a bylaws amendment and requires a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending bylaws Article 13, use of club name and emblem by inserting a new section 8. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number D as read. Without objection, motion number D as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number D is approved. Tom, will you please read motion number E, R1 concerning amending policy 16.6.10, Airstream numbers?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that policy 16.6.10 Airstream numbers be amended in the following manner. Insert a new policy 16.6.10 section B and re-letter the following sections. Also, policy 16.610 Airstream numbers section B part 8 is deleted and a new C inserted, and additionally, policy 16.610 Airstream numbers section K is deleted and a new section L is inserted. It's complicated. Okay. Policy 16.610 Airstream numbers section B currently reads, B, assignment of Airstream numbers shall be as follows. Policy 16.10 Airstream numbers section B would then read, B, Airstream numbers 101 to 999 are reserved to be issued only as detailed in policy 16.6.10 C items 1 through 7 with the exceptions as noted in policy C8 and section L. Policy 16.610 Airstream numbers section B item 8 currently reads 8. Children or grandchildren of the original members who participated in any of the documented historically significant caravans listed below may request assignment of the family's originally assigned number if not already assigned. The 1955 Eastern Canada Caravan, the 1956 Caravan to Cuba, the 1956 European Caravan, the 1959-60 Africa Caravan, and the 1963-64 Around the World Caravan. A number issued to a child or grandchild for the above noted historical caravans is non-transferable. B, a number below 1,000 assigned per this item shall only be used as stated in B, items 1 through 7 above once released. Policy 16.6.10 Airstream numbers section C item 8 would then read 8. Children or grandchildren of a parent or grandparent who participates in any of the documented historically significant caravans listed below may request issuance of the parent or grandparent's originally issued number 200 and above if not already issued. Caravans are the 1955 Eastern Canada Caravan, the 1956 Caravan to Cuba, the 1956 European Caravan, the 1959-60 Africa Caravan, and the 1963-64 Around the World Caravan. A number issued to a child or grandchild of a parent or grandparent of any of the above noted historical caravans is non-transferable to anyone. B, a number below 1,000 previously or is currently issued but per this item shall be used as only stated in section C items 1 through 7 once released except as noted in section L. Part C, application for an Airstream number previously issued to a parent or grandparent who participated in one of the caravan enumerated above shall 1. File application with headquarters with a letter of authentication from the Historical Standing Committee, and 2. Headquarters is responsible for issuing the number providing it is available. Policy 16.6.10 Airstream number section K currently reads Airstream numbers that were in use on Airstreams while participating in historically significant events may be designated as heritage numbers. Heritage numbers shall be reserved from reassignment except as provided in section B, item 8 of this policy. Current numbers assigned numbers assigned a Airstream number that is designated as a heritage number may continue to use that number as long as they remain members in good standing. The approved heritage numbers are, and Madam Secretary or President, I request not having to read that table.
I approve that request.
Thank you. Nominations for heritage numbers with rationale shall be submitted to the WBCCI Historical Standing Committee to the Standing Committee to the IBT by the WBCCI Historical Standing Committee to the IBT for their approval. Policy 16.610 Airstream numbers section L would then read, Airstream numbers that were in use on Airstreams while participating in historically significant caravans may be designated as heritage numbers. Heritage numbers shall be reserved from reissue except as provided in Section C, Item 8, and Section L, Item E of this policy. Current members issued a designated heritage number may continue to use the number as long as they remain members in good standing of WBCCI. A, all numbers 1 through 100 are the property of Airstream Incorporated, who may issue them. B, all numbers 101 to 199 may only be issued by the IBT to international presidents and retired when the member no longer belongs to WBCCI. C, heritage numbers 200 to 999 are restricted in issuance or reissue by policy 16.610 section C, items 1 through 7. The only exception to this are found in section C, 8 above and item E below. D, heritage numbers 200 and above are restricted from reissue once retired unless they are to be applied to the heritage Airstream they are originally on. E, to obtain a heritage number for a heritage Airstream, the member should file application with headquarters and provide a letter from the Historical Standing Committee certifying the authenticity of the Airstream using serial numbers and any other historical data about the Airstream. 1, headquarters is responsible for issuing the number, providing it is available. 2, numbers issued in heritage Airstreams may not be transferred to another Airstream nor used on any other Airstream the member owns. 3, upon the sale of the heritage Airstream to a non-WBCCI member, the number is to be removed prior to sale. And then F, nominations for heritage numbers with rationale shall be submitted by the WBCCI Historical Standing Committee to the IBT for their approval. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for not reading those numbers. This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale, the bylaws of WBCCI state how Airstream numbers are to be issued, but unfortunately the bylaws were not always followed and some confusion has resulted. This motion is offered to clarify the language dealing with the issuance of Airstream numbers for international officers, region officers, standing committee chairs, and caravan leaders. It also deals with the issuance of heritage numbers as determined by the Historical Committee and a new category of recipient of heritage numbers, heritage Airstreams, identified by the Historical Committee. Financial impact, there is no financial impact to WBCCI.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? This is a policy amendment and requires a majority vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending policy 16.6.10 Airstream numbers by inserting a new section C8 and section L and deleting section B8 and section K. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number E R1 as read. Without objection, motion number E R1 as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number E R1 is approved. Tom, will you please read motion number F R1 concerning amending policy 12.4.1 club publications, section A, annual membership directory, item 1, Policy 12.4.1, Section B, Blue Beret, Item 1 and Item 8.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that policy 12.4.1A, annual membership directory, section 1, delete November 30th and insert December 31st. Also, policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 1, delete and insert a new section 1. In addition, delete policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 8. Policy 12.4.1A, annual membership directory, section 1 currently reads, 1, the annual printed membership directory shall list the names and addresses of members whose international dues have been received at headquarters on or before December 30th in the year preceding the publication of the annual membership directory. Policy 12.4.1A, annual membership directory, section 1 would then read, the annual printed membership directory will list the names and addresses of members whose international dues have been received at headquarters on or before December 31st in the year preceding the publication of the annual membership directory. Policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 1 currently reads, the Blue Beret, the official publication of the club, is published monthly except January, July, and December. The annual directory, printed and digital, will be printed in January, and a minimum of 2 digital updates reflecting new and renewing members will be produced during the balance of the year. Policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 1 would then read, 1, the Blue Beret, the official publication of the club, is published monthly except February, July, and December. The annual directory printed version will be published in February. Updates will be available digitally online. Policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 8 is to be deleted and currently reads, Airstream RV parks requiring 100% membership in WBCCI and who offer a discount to the WBCCI members shall be allowed 65 words of free classified advertising in each issue of the Blue Beret. Such advertising submitted for publication shall be accompanied by the annual written authorization of the RV park president or his or her designee. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Rationale. The changes to the publication dates of the annual WBCCI directory, policy 12.4.1A, annual membership directory, are recommended to address the changes in membership renewal procedures and the new database coming online this year. The majority of members renewing online will, as a part of the process, update their own personal data in the database, eliminating the lead time now required for data entry by headquarters. A secure directory will be available online, eliminating need for a digital version. The deletion of policy 12.4.1B, Blue Beret, section 8 is a reflection of the club's use of standard marketing practices for all ad materials being presented in the Blue Beret. Financial impact. There is a positive financial impact with the directory data input that will be done by the member through the member portal in the club database. Should the Airstream RV parks decide to continue advertising in the Blue Beret, there will be an increase in advertising revenue. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or discussion concerning this motion from the board? From the Region Vice Presidents? This is a policy amendment and requires a majority vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending policy 12.4.1, section A, annual membership directory, item 1, by deleting the date and inserting a new date. Policy 12.4.1, section B, Blue Beret, item 1, by deleting item 1 and item 8 and inserting a new item 1. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number FR1 as read. Without objection, motion number FR1 as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number FR1 is approved. Tom, before I ask you to read, I'm just trying to be real conscious of exhaustion sitting here on the Zoom call. I want to get a feel from all of you. It's just about an hour since our last break. We've got just a few more motions from you, Tom. And it looks like 3 motions from Tom. And then 2 committee chair, huh? 2? Okay, 2. GH. Oh, okay, I is from Joe. Okay, so we've got 3 motions, 2 standing committee chair updates, and then essentially what we call just kind of closing it up. Would you like to take a 15-minute break? Would you like to take lunch and start again? Just somebody give me a hand up and a thought on what, or do you want to just power through it? 15-minute break? Okay. All right, so let's just do that right now. It's 11:35. Tom, I'm just going to keep you on hold here. Come back in 15 minutes. So what is that, 11:50? Okay? Thank you. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes. Which one? The meeting of the International Board of Trustees, it will resume. Tom, I have to put you on hold for 1 minute. Throughout our extensive break just a few minutes ago, I received a call from our international recording secretary who, in managing all the other processes that she has on her plate, couldn't find her raise hand. And had she been able to do that, would have voted no on the previous motion. So I'm asking the board if you will allow Vicki to make that change in the vote, and it needs to be unanimous. So I need unanimous consent from the board to allow Vicki to make that notation and be it reflected in our notes. I see Chair calls Karen Fisher.
Mona, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Chair recognizes Karen Fisher.
Just for clarification.
Okay.
Just for clarification, if Vicki wanted to vote no on the previous motion, wouldn't that really be an objection to unanimous consent and require a roll call vote?
Well, I'm going on the direction from Joanne Miller, if you would like to comment.
In consulting Robert, with the unanimous consent of the board, Vicki can change her vote at this time. But Karen is correct in that if Vicki had objected, which she would have, it would have required a roll call vote. So the board needs to take that into consideration with their willingness to allow her to change her vote, that we would then need to do a roll call quickly.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Are you all on the board open to a roll call vote on the previous approved motion? Okay. Vicki, ironically, you get to lead us in a roll call vote. Tom, can you hear now? Okay, I'll let you go, Vicki. Vicki, you need to unmute, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize for the confusion, folks. I was so trying to follow along that I couldn't, I guess I could have done this. I could have called Mona, but I didn't get that done and I apologize. Anyway, in relation to motion item FR1, objection was made by Vicki Courtney, and this is a random roll call vote. The vote is to change the motion as read. Region 7, Don Thompson.
Yes.
Madam President, I guess I better make clear what the yes and no vote is. A yes means we are accepting the motion as Tom read it. No means we're objecting. I just want to make sure that I'm on the right page.
Yeah, I think right now, if you had been able to object, there's some bad feedback there. If you had objected, we would have instituted a roll call vote.
Yes.
So let me, if I can go back. So I called for the question.
Yes.
We have an objection. And so now you're going to issue a roll call vote, whether you're in favor of the motion or not.
All right, Region 7, Don Thompson, yes. Region 6, Jim Johnson.
Okay, can you hear me now? Vicki, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I vote yes. Region 6.
Region 10, Michelle Barassa.
Yes.
Region 1, Per Hamquist.
Region 1 votes.
I'm sorry, votes what?
Yes.
Thank you. Region 5, Christopher Seplak.
Actually, Vicki?
It is Bob Weitzel?
Yes.
Okay, Region 5, Bob Weitzel.
Yes.
Region 11, Patty Reed.
Yes.
Second VP, Ty Mott.
Yes.
Region 9, Bill Kendall.
Is Bill Kendall on the call?
Yes.
Past President Barry Bell.
Yes.
Region 12, Cecilia Stansberry.
Yes.
Region 8, Mike Sisk.
Region 8, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Region 8, yes. Region 2, Richard Short.
Region 2, yes.
Thank you. Region 3, John Leake.
Yes. Region 3 votes yes.
Thank you. Region 4, Karen Fisher.
Region 4 votes yes.
Votes yes. Treasurer James Polk.
Yes.
James Polk, yes. First VP Andrew Selking.
Yes.
Secretary Vicki Courtney, no. Third VP Eric McHenry.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you, Vicki. And thanks to all of you for being so accommodating. All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, let's go back to mute for everyone, but Tom Smithson. Getting close to the end, Mr. Tom. If you could please read motion number G concerning amending policy 16.6.4, rallies, section F, international rallies,
you hear me now?
item 22. Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I can hear you now. Did you hear me?
No.
Can you not hear me at all, Tom?
Mona?
Yeah.
I cannot hear you. And I've checked my connections here and everything is okay on my end.
To the rest of the board, can you hear me?
Yes. Mona, I can hear you fine here. Tom, can you hear us here at HQ?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nod your head.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to read the motion?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that. No idea why I have no sound, but whatever.
So weird. Your cat did it.
Okay. This is motion action item G. I move that in policy 16.6.4 rallies, section F, international rallies, item 22, be deleted and insert a new policy 16.6.4 rallies, section F, international rallies, item 22. Policy 16.6.4 rallies, section F, international rallies, item 22 currently reads, 22, any cash and non-cash gifts to the host community of the international rallies shall be documented as to source I did check the volume. Everything is fine. So thank you. Shall be acknowledged by the IBT at its first meeting following the international rally. Officers and standing committee chairs responsible for gifts shall provide the necessary documentation to the international treasurer, who shall prepare the acknowledging motion. Policy 16.6.4 rallies, section F, international rallies, item 22 would then read, 22, any cash and non-cash donations to the host community of the international rally shall be documented as to source and to whom contributed. This documentation shall be reported to the IBT at its first meeting following the international rally. Officers and standing committee chairs responsible for donations shall provide the required documentation to the international treasurer, who shall prepare the necessary report.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
I'm very good at reading lips, yes. Rationale. The International Rally Committee has the responsibility for the monies of the International Rally. The committee does not gift club funds or materials, as may have been the practice in the past. The International Rally typically does make donations of money or materials from the rally, and donations of monies or materials collected from members in attendance at the rally. This motion clarifies current practice and the reporting procedures. Financial impact, there is no financial impact to WBCCI. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents?
No, tell her no.
Okay, this is a policy amendment and requires a majority vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending policy 16.6.4 rallies, section F, international rallies, item 22 by deleting the item and inserting a new item 22. Are you ready for the question? The motion, I don't know how you've done this, Tom. The vote is on motion number G as read. Without objection, motion number G as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number G is approved.
Are we ready for the next one?
Yes, Tom, will you please read motion
Okay.
H?
Motion action item H. I move that the International Board of Trustees direct headquarters to change all references to units or unit/clubs and units/clubs to local clubs or local clubs as appropriate in the WBCCI bylaws and policies.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
Very good. Rationale. Proposed changes in the WBCCI bylaws and policies to address the name changes to many units to clubs requires a change in terminology in our bylaws and policies for consistency. Recent changes in the bylaws and policies have used units/clubs. This is accurate, but awkward, and local club has been suggested as more representative. As we have recently reformatted the bylaws and policies, this will be a simple change to make. Financial impact, there is no financial impact for WBCCI and will be done during the International Rally revisions of the Blue Book.
Are there questions or thank you. Are there questions or discussions concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? This is a bylaws and policy amendment and requires a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending the bylaws and policies by deleting all references to unit and/or club and inserting local club. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number H as read. Without objection, motion number H as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number H is approved. Tom, thank you. Wonderful job. Your voice is gone for another year, but let's see. Joanne? Just hold for 1 minute. I'm gonna go on hold and talk to Joanne for just a second. You know, as I was printing all of these, all of my action items were printed together, and I was going to skip over Bob Caldwell accidentally and go right to Joe. So I apologize for that. Bob Caldwell, Chair of the Ethics and Grievance Standing Committee. Bob, do you have additional information to provide?
I do not, other than the fact that our original report of April 22nd has been changed to reflect the fact that a grievance that was under discussion is not being pursued, and so we have no grievances at any of the levels that we are aware of. We also want to thank you, President Heath, for allowing us to serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. You and your committee have proven invaluable, and I greatly appreciate everything that you've done for the club. Here we go. Joe Poplinski, Chair of the Historical Standing Committee. There is one action item presented with this report. Joe, will you please read motion number I concerning amending policy 3.11, Standing Committees, General Duties, Section F, Historical Committee.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how Tom was addressing you, so I'm just going to read the motion.
Okay.
And I moved it to my screen so I could look at the camera, and it's not on the right motion. So let me scroll down just a moment. I don't know why I did that when I moved it from my secondary screen to my primary screen. All right. I move that the policy defining the general duties of the Historical Standing Committee as defined in policy 3.11.f be revised into a list format for ease of use and add new duties to allow the Historical Committee to maintain the size of the WBCCI archives and to make loans or donations of materials in the archives to other organizations. Policy 3.11 Standing Committees, General Duties, Part F, Historical currently reads: maintain a continuing history of the club, which includes acquiring, cataloging, maintaining, and preserving historical items, and where appropriate, converting them to an electronic format for security and ease of sharing with club members. Share that history of the club with the membership by writing or soliciting articles to share the club history and provide them for inclusion in club publications. In addition, the committee shall make select items available to membership electronically. The committee will research Airstream numbers to be considered for heritage number status and nominate deserving numbers to the IBT with supporting rationale. The committee shall authenticate heritage Airstreams that are owned by club members. The committee shall maintain a list of the authenticated heritage Airstreams. Policy 3.11, Standing Committees, General Duties, Part F, Historical, would then read, with the additions underlined in the text copy, to preserve and share club history as follows. A, maintain a continuing history of the club, which includes acquiring, cataloging, curating, and preserving historical items, and where appropriate, convert them to an electronic format for security and ease of sharing with club members. B, share that history of the club with membership by writing or soliciting articles to share the club history and providing them for inclusion in club publications. C, make select historical items available to membership electronically. D, research membership numbers to be considered for heritage number status and nominate deserving numbers to the IBT with supporting rationale. E, authenticate heritage Airstreams that are owned by club members. The committee shall maintain a list of authenticated heritage Airstreams. F, loan items from the club archives to Airstream Inc., WBCCI regions, units, and intra-clubs, and other organizations for display or research purposes. G, donate items from club archives to Airstream Inc. that have more relevance to Airstream history than to club history. H, maintain a detailed list of items loaned and donated from the club archives. I, dispose of items from club archives that have no significant relevance to club or Airstream history.
This motion is from a committee and does not require a second. Please read your rationale and financial impact statement.
To allow the size of the WBC archives to be actively maintained and streamline the process of loan and donation requests in the future by eliminating the need for executive committee approval. Note, none of the items in the club archives have significant monetary value. Financial impact. Neutral to positive to the club is the ability to control the size of the club archives will reduce the storage space and the amount of acid-free archival supplies needed to maintain the archives.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions concerning this motion from the board? From the region vice presidents? Chair recognizes Mike Sis.
Mike Sisk, Region 8. In your part that would read as changed, item F, loan items from club archives to Airstream Incorporated. Units would no longer be appropriate, should be local club or clubs possibly, since we just changed the designation previously.
Let me go back. I would be happy to make that change to the motion if that's appropriate.
The chair will confirm with Joanne, but I believe since the previous motion passed, this is appropriate. Joanne, do you hear that? Given that the previous, yeah, we're good. Okay. So headquarters can make that change.
I'm sorry. I just got the unmute sign here. Because the previous motion passed, it's automatically going to be taken care of by headquarters. So we can let this motion go the way it is and it'll automatically be changed when headquarters makes all the changes in all of the documents.
Good, thank you. And Mike, thank you for the question. Chair recognizes Karen Fisher.
I disagree. I believe Joe's reference to club in this case is talking the international club and not local clubs. And it should, if it's going to be clarified at all, it should be international club as opposed to being changed to local clubs.
Chair directs a question to Joe Poplinski. Can you clarify the use of club?
I don't think that's correct because we are talking about things that are currently in the international club's archives being loaned to what was previously known as units. So in this case, would be going from the international club to a local club.
Okay. Let's see, we were asking for discussion or feedback from the region vice presidents. Do we have any there? This is a policy amendment and requires a majority vote in the affirmative to pass. The motion proposes amending policy 3.11, standing committees, general duties, section F, historical committee by revising duties into a list format and inserting additional duties. Are you ready for the question? The vote is on motion number I as read. Without objection, motion number I as read will be approved. Hearing no objection, motion number I is approved. Joe, thank you so much for everything you do for our club and our members. You're invaluable. Thank you. Terry Warren, Chair of the Membership Standing Committee. Terry, do you have any additional information to provide?
Yes, Madam President, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to discuss a bit a survey that was sent to non-renewers for the 2020 year. I sent 1,700 SurveyMonkey links to members who did not renew for 2020 to attempt to identify any themes related to non-renewal. Of the 1,700, 183 people, about an 11% response rate, responded to the multiple choice survey. The choices included 1, I sold my Airstream. 2, I forgot to renew. 3, I'm not using my membership. 4, I'm not a groupie when it comes to camping. 5, it just wasn't for us. 6, we tried a rally. Let's see, we tried a rally and it wasn't for us. 7, there weren't enough rallies in our club for us. 8, my local club closed. 9, there were aspects of the club we didn't care for. It also included an opportunity to make a comment related or unrelated to the choices given. There was not an opportunity to select more than one response, which, when looking back, was an error. Of those who responded, 49% added comments. 20% of respondents said that they sold their Airstream. 5% said they forgot to renew. 4% said they weren't using their Airstream anymore. 11% said they just weren't group campers. 3% said they tried a rally and it just wasn't for them. Comments included the following. There were too few caravans. The rallies were too expensive. The club is too militaristic. The club is too religious. There is not enough benefit for the cost. Didn't like the discussion of inclusivity in the Blue Beret. Some had a bad experience at a rally, and dues are too high. However, the most common comments repeated by multiple responders were as follows. We're a young family and there's nothing for our children to do at rallies. 2, the club is too elder-centric. Too few activities for those outdoor adventurers among us. 3, there is a lack of inclusivity in the club. 4, the club was too cliquey. And 5, and these are the saddest of comments, I think, and the most common ones were that they were now too old to tow, or their significant other had died and they didn't want to camp alone. The comments suggest that local clubs need to focus a bit more in inclusion of younger families. Well, the club is predominantly older folks and the Airstream buyers are getting younger and younger. But the other theme identified commonly was a lack of a welcoming feeling. Repeatedly, responders said Repeatedly, responders said that they were unable to break into the cliques formed within clubs, local clubs. While there isn't much we can do about the cost of rallies, caravans, and membership at this point, we definitely can do better with being more welcoming. We can also make a point of including activities and rallies that are for those more physically active and also for our younger families. I will continue to survey those who do not renew for 2020, and I'll also write up the results of this survey for my next membership column. One good result of the survey is that after the survey went out, 175 people renewed their membership for 2020. I just also wanted to say that we are now up to 55 people who have taken advantage of the Airstream Adventures Northwest free membership for 1 year. So that program is growing significantly and probably reflects the report that Airstreams are selling so well. That concludes my addition to the membership committee report, Madam President.
Are there any questions for the chair from the board? From the region vice presidents? Terry, I want to, Chair recognizes Cecilia Stansberry. I tried to wait long enough for you guys to find your hands, but I guess not.
Unmute. Okay, I'm sorry. I probably raised my hand too soon. Bob Stansberry, who's under International Rally Sites, has an update he would like to do when we're done with Terry.
Actually, we asked for those feedback and we're not going to do that on this call. I'm sorry, Bob. I don't mean to disrespect, but we had asked if any of the committee chairs had updates. So let me go back to finish. We sent an email to everyone.
Oh, okay. Maybe, did you not see that? Maybe he didn't see it. That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I apologize. We'd love to see that feedback and get the updated report so we can load that on the internet, on our website. As I was saying, Terry, thank you so very much for all that you do. You provide kindness, a willing and open ear, and I really admire the fact-based decisions and input that you provide. You're doing a tremendous job, and I thank you for serving in this role.
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Special committee reports are next. There is one special committee, the Guiding Principles Special Committee. Tom Smithson, Chair. Tom will present the report from the special committee.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but there's getting feedback from my computer. Bye.
Through the creative magic of my bride, I managed to get sound so I could hear you. So I would like to do two things in sending this or for reading this report. I would like to read a portion of the letter, the cover letter that went with that, and then the report. The portion of the letter that I sent with the report is: the committee examined the issues presented in its charge and realized the seriousness of the concerns expressed by many members of diverse beliefs. Our report makes recommendations that we believe address this diversity. The recommendations also remind all of us, as members of WBCCI, what we stand for as a club in terms of tolerance, empathy for diversity. Establishing rules for behavior that violates our code of ethics or governs bylaws was not acceptable to the committee. Rather, we have made reasonable recommendations based on these for all members of the club to address the concerns of our members of differing beliefs. The committee thanks you for the opportunity to explore the issue and makes recommendations for the future. It has been a real growth experience for all of us. The report reads as follows. During the meeting of the Executive Committee on January 2020 Midwinter IBT, the International President, Mona Heath, appointed an ad hoc committee to address the issues of sectarian diversity and tolerance within the club. The issue was particularly related to invocations, blessings, and prayer. Since then, the committee has researched the issue and has a number of meetings via conference calls. For guidance, the committee looked at our Constitution and bylaws, and two things emerged. First, the bylaws of the club, in its order of business, require any invocation to be non-sectarian, not faith-based. Second, its code of ethics states, to be ever mindful of what we say or print with respect to its effect on others of our diverse membership, so as to avoid disharmony and ill feelings among club members of differing ethnicities, religious beliefs, or orientations, and to dedicate ourselves to the work of cementing together the members of WBCCI in bonds of good fellowship and mutual understanding. These two things, direct tolerance and empathy for the diverse membership of our club. This applies specifically to international club-sponsored events. In other words, national rallies, caravans, and intra-club activities. Local clubs are not excluded, as their bylaws have the same language. If members experience practices counter to their beliefs, they are free to find a more suitable local club, if available, or become members at large. For caravans, national rallies, or intra-clubs sponsored by the international club, this option does not exist. Offering a non-sectarian invocation, blessing, or benediction demonstrates tolerance and respect for others. This does not deny our own beliefs, only reinforces the basic premises shared by most faiths to respect and tolerate others. Those who do not share a religious belief are reminded of the WBCCI Code of Ethics. The committee makes two recommendations to the leaders of international activities and to the membership in general. However, if the leaders of a caravan, national rally, or intra-club do not intend to follow either recommendations, they should tell potential participants before they sign up for the activity. The recommendations are, first, in lieu of any public invocation, blessing, or prayer, a moment of silence is to be offered. This allows each member to privately reflect on the occasion in his or her own way. This is a simple solution, but does not allow for any inspirational statement or a statement of thanks in the case of a blessing. Second, a leader may offer words in the form of a non-sectarian invocation or blessing. Included with this report are a number of examples to address either of these recommendations. Note, these are recommendations, not policy statements nor bylaws. Tolerance, respect, and empathy for the differences of others are basic tenets of our club. Unfortunately, we sometimes, in our zeal to promulgate our own beliefs, lose sight of this. When we do, we can and do disrespect those whose beliefs differ from ours. The committee respectfully submits these recommendations to the leaders and membership as a reminder of what our club stands for. The chair thanks the members of the committee, Joanne Miller, Terry Warren, Bob Caldwell, Eric McHenry, and Marion Pember. Respectfully submitted, Tom Smithson. Thank you, Madam
Tom.
President.
Thank you. Do you
Hannah?
have any questions? Any questions of the chair?
Hedda, can I
from the
get sound up here again?
Hedda!
Hedda?
Hedda!
Hedda!
I feel like I was watching a fun TV series. Do you have any questions of the chair, although he may not have sound, from the board? From the region vice presidents? I want to thank Tom for accepting this opportunity when I asked him to do so in Las Vegas. And I truly and sincerely I know how hard this was, how many times all of this team spoke, and I admire the end result. And Mr. Pember, it was great to have your input. I hope all is well with you, but thank you, Joanne, Terry, Eric, Bob, and Marion, and Tom. It's greatly appreciated. Intra-club reports are next. There were no updates to the reports from the Amateur Radio Club, the Classic Airstream Club, or the Vintage Airstream Club. These reports have been posted online at airstreamclub.org. There is no unfinished business. Is there any new business? Wow. Hearing none, this June 24th, 2020 virtual IBT meeting is adjourned. I have a few announcements, and then we'll go around the horn. I want to extend sincere thank yous to the 2019-2020 Executive Committee. Together, we've done a lot of good work on behalf of our members. We've made difficult decisions. We made them for the right reason, and I'm just honored to have worked alongside you. The IBT, all of you, in your own way, as I said earlier in this meeting, have carried forward that commitment to our members. Have worked, Patty, you 3 years in this position, and you're what makes this club. Vicki, let's see, Jim Polk, where are you, my friend? Who would have thought years ago this is where we would be? You have been there with me throughout this journey, and it means a lot. Vicki and Joanne, I don't know what I would have done without the two of you. I have tremendous respect and admiration for both of you. Lori and that incredible team at headquarters, holy cow. You are doing work of twice as many people, and you do it kindly and with graciousness. And I'm so happy, Lori, that you joined this club. Justin and the team at Airstream, thank you for your unwavering partnership and friendship. And the team that has worked so diligently from the very beginning in Robertsdale on our branding documents, and bringing that to life in such an abbreviated period of time, while two of the people on the team, while Lori as well, have a full-time job. And it's just unbelievable to look at where we are today. So Mark Nydam Infinitum, Eric McHenry, Lori and your team, Carolyn, all of the webmasters, and everyone who has embraced our new website and our new branding opportunity, our marketing opportunity. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To a standing committee chairs, to every single standing committee chair, it has been a long-standing tradition that those who serve as international standing committee chairs do so at the pleasure of the president. While it has certainly been a pleasure working alongside each of you, I prefer to believe that you serve on behalf of our members. Regardless of your tenure in the WBCCI, each of you have approached your respective roles with passion, creativity, and professionalism. And all of you standing committees got that note with your thank you gift from Loveland, but I felt it was important to share to a broader audience. To Barb Selking, for being my moral compass and sounding board, I miss you. Last but certainly not least, to Tim Watts and Izzy Keith Watts, Your unconditional love has brought me strength, confidence, peace, and hope forever and ever. Amen. Our favorite song. And I want to remind everyone that Friday, we have our officer installation ceremony. And by golly, John Hawley is, I didn't do that on purpose, by golly, John Hawley has worked really hard to make this an engaging, fun, and memorable event. I wish we were here to do that in person. I wish that I could toast Andy at his installation gala. And there's a lot of things I wish, but mostly I wish for good health from all of you. This installation that takes place every other year, we have a rolling transition of our region presidents. So this year, we are doing the even number presidents. We'll thank those even number presidents that, excuse me, odd number presidents that are moving on, and we will install the new odd number international presidents or region presidents. My brain is getting tired. I swear I don't know how Tom does it. I hope that those of you incoming VPs have a similar installation experience within your regions. It's incredible to see these full slate of officers and to know that our club is in good, solid hands and has a good, solid transition plan for years to come. But by stepping forward and volunteering and committing of yourself and your time on behalf of our members is something to be celebrated. And I encourage all of you region presidents, whether you remain on the board for the next year or whether you're new to the board, to please make sure to celebrate those VPs who are coming up behind you. And with that said, I'm going to quit talking for a while. Let's see, let's go from announcements from the board members, and please be mindful of time. As a reminder, see, I say this now after I spent more than 2 minutes. The chair asked that a yellow card be held up at the 2-minute mark and the bell rung and a red card held at 3 minutes. Let's just please be conscious of time. It's been a long day. It's been an incredibly successful day. So let's start with Region 7. We're going to go 7, 8, 9 up that way, and then we're going to go the other way. And then we'll do the executive committee last. So Mr. Thompson, do you have any announcements? Hi, Don.
Hello.
Hi. Do you have any announcements for it to share with the board?
This is an awesome situation we're in. And I'm really thankful that everybody, has pulled together and supported you. And I just can't imagine, being in your situation. It's been great. I hope we can go forward and whatever. Everything is on hold in Region 7. Our snow is all gone. We can't send you any. Take the rest of the day off.
I love that. Don, thank you for your service. I greatly appreciate it. You've been with us from the beginning and it means a lot. So thank you for those kind words.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Region 8. I may have to change. I think my AirPods are dying. I'll let you guys keep going for a minute here.
All right. Mike Sisk, Region 8, I want to thank Mona and the executive committee for their outstanding leadership. Sorry we had to cancel the 2020 International Rally. Looking forward to the 2021 rally with Andy. I did get some late word. The Branson Musicland Revisited National Rally has been canceled, and determination will be made if that's going to proceed in following years. The Iowa was going to host an Irish Fest rally at the end of July. The Irish Fest rally has been canceled. And On a brighter note, my challenge to the regions to raise some money, 3 units, we've raised over $5,000. 2 of those units, those are just partial figures so far. So reminder, I need, if you would be so kind to submit your dollar figures, whatever, gifts, whatever, to me by July 15th. And good luck to all you outgoing odd-numbered region presidents. What an odd year.
Thank you. Yeah, that is very true. It is a little bit ironic that it's the odd number regions. Thank you for that challenge. That is so compassionate of you. I wouldn't expect anything less. Thank you. All right, let's go to 1789. Mr. Kendall.
Hold on, trying to unmute here. As an outgoing, I just want to thank everybody for letting me serve for the past couple of years. And I really enjoy and appreciate the support that I've got from all the memberships in Region 9. The really good news is Region 9 has a full slate of officers for the first time in quite some time. So that's really all I had for now.
Thank you. I'm sorry for all of you that all of your plans had changed, and I'm just thankful for your good health. We'll get through this. All right, Michelle, welcome.
There's an old saying that for forms of government, let fools contest. What is best administered is best. So I want to thank you, Mona, for creating and fostering an environment where the staff have been such a great assistance to Region 10 in assisting one of our clubs that had an existential experience, particularly Lori, Tom, Terry, and Joanne, who responded so promptly, so quickly, and allowed us to get the club back on track, or help the club get back on track. It went really well. So I'm grateful to the headquarters and to you, Mona, for that. Other than that, Region 10 is healthy, happy. We have a full slate of officers, and I have some ideas to take away from today to see if we can improve things. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Welcome to the board. Cecilia. No, I skipped over you, Patty. How'd I do that? My basic math skills I'm losing it. Cecilia, hold please. Patty.
Okay. Region, it would be an understatement if I said that Region 11 was really, really looking forward to having all of you out here. And of course, it figures we're having a beautiful week of weather, was in the 80s. Nobody had to panic about that not having 30 amp, would have been fine. But Mona, I really want to thank you. It has been so much fun having you out here, visiting with us, visiting the state, putting all the plans together. It's a big disappointment we couldn't do it, but it was really 3 years of having fun planning it anyway. And I really want to thank the Colorado Airstream Club. All of the members pulled together. People came out of the woodwork to volunteer. Rhonda and Jim Cooper wrote the monthly updates on what you could be doing in the area. So if you weren't here, at least you got to read about what you missed. So that was good. And I have to say, I've really enjoyed the 3 years I've been on the board. 3 different international presidents, and it was really a lot of fun. Now I've finally figured out how to do this, and I'm out. So thank you. Thank you for letting me serve.
Oh, thank you for everything, and for bringing our attention back to Colorado. I was the guest speaker of the Vintage Airstream open house, or the back open house. And it was so much fun to see everybody. I didn't watch all of the videos, but it was a blast. It's one of my favorite things at International. Okay, sorry I skipped you. I guess since I wasn't going to level and I wasn't talking to you. Okay, now we'll go to Cecilia.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick things. I want to first thank Laverne McHenry, my first VP, and Abe Hernandez, my second VP, for stepping up and being willing to do regional leadership. And I love having them on my team. They're great. Second of all, so far, so good. Our region rally in Palm Desert is still on for October 21st through the 26th. We've had a great turnout. We got additional sites because another big event in that area got canceled. So far, I think we have about 80 rigs signed up. So we're keeping our fingers crossed on that. There has been an upswing of cases in California, so that could change. We're waiting for word on the Rose Parade, the national rally there in Pasadena. They will be making a decision mid-July on whether that event will be held, because as you know, there's massive crowds there. So currently we have 28 first-timers signed up, which will be a big disappointment because, let's see. Oh, and 2 very old timers, the Smithsons and the Stansberrys, who run it. But sadly, this will be the last national Rose Parade rally.
I wondered that. It'd be worth going just to dance with Tom.
Yes. So if it happens, this will be the last one. If it doesn't happen, last year was the last one. And unfortunately, we limited it to first timers because we knew it was going to be the last one. So we really wanted people to have an opportunity, and they did sign up for it. So that was good. Let's see. Oh, I want to do a shout out. Mike Sis Challenge. I have one unit, the South Coast California Airstream Club, raised over $3,700. So I'm extremely proud of that unit.
Wow.
They have a very good president. She put on a very good presentation to her club for those funds. So it's great. And then thanks goes, of course, to Bob, my big supporter and helper and ghostwriter sometimes. So I do appreciate him, and I appreciate the great articles he puts in the Blue Beret for Region 12. They're always informative, and he always tries to do a shout out to different clubs based on what he sees from their newsletters. And I think that's really good. So that's all I have from Region 12. We're healthy, trying to stay strong here. We're very lucky in Carson City. We have very few cases of the COVID. So we're fortunate. I hope everybody else is staying healthy.
It was a great recap, Cecilia. And please do encourage Bob to get those updates to the report to headquarters so we can get those loaded onto the website. You know, typically we have a little more time and flexibility, but with this new process, we just really tried to keep it focused. So I apologize. Okay, let's go to Region 6. Jim Johnson. Where are you? We lose Jim. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, once again, it wouldn't let me unmute myself without you guys intervening. So, okay. Well, I too want to thank the VPs for Region 6, Larry Madden and Jan Hebner, for stepping up. And they are listening as we speak from a campground in Arkansas. And so they're out doing the camping thing we ought to do. And I had the opportunity to go to the Rose Parade rally, last one, hopefully not the last one, but the one this past January or December and January. And I want to thank Cecilia and Tom for them putting that on. And I'll thank Janice Lynn for her help in all this that's going on too. As far as scheduling, so far we've got all the national stuff is still going as of now. That's the storytelling rally in Jonesboro and the Old Fiddlers rally in Athens, Alabama, both those first full weekend in October, closely followed by the Region 6. It's the following week, Monday weekend. And I would encourage you, if we get to do that, the final decision will be made in August as we're going to have. The problem we have is that two small, Louisiana and Mississippi, one of them could shut down. We can lose it that way, but hopefully things can continue like they are, and we'll get it. We're asking people, we're doing this for the we're asking people not to send money in advance. They're just sending in a registration form, and if we cancel it, that means we're not spending a bunch of time postage refunding everybody. So they'll pay at the rate.
All right, you had an interesting connection and you just went dark. So Jim, if you can hear me, thank you. By the way, I had a great time at the Music City holiday luncheon. It was wonderful. Okay, so let's move on to Bob. Bob, did I say your last name right? Is it Weitzel or Witzel?
It is Weitzel.
Oh, okay, good.
Can you hear me okay, Mona?
Yeah, I'm glad you're here.
Wonderful. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Mona, for putting this on. I'm sure this was very, very difficult. I'd be totally baffled if I had to use technology to hold a meeting. Being an old timer, but this seems to work really well considering, and obviously we'd have all liked to have been there. Sandy and I, my wife, were looking forward to Loveland. It probably would have been one of the first internationals we could have gone to, but just as things worked out, it's obviously didn't happen. But anyway, Region 5, we've been struggling a little bit, as we all are, with COVID, and most of the events that we've had planned up to now have been canceled. However, we do see the states opening up, and there are some rallies planned here for the next month or so, which at this minute are going to happen. So we're encouraged to see that. We'll look forward to getting out. We've only been able to get out one time so far this year. Some folks, you know, if you keep your your Airstream in a private campground, some of them have been closed and they just won't provide any access, but that seems to be opening now. So hopefully we'll start seeing some activities here. I want to thank Chris Suplak, my first VP, for all his help. He's been extremely helpful over the last couple of years, and even before that. And Region 5 will be in great hands as he takes over. So I wish him all the best, as do Artie Martin, who has been gracious to step up again in the region arena here and help us out, becoming Chris's first VP. Anyway, great slate of folks there to follow up. You know, also want to thank headquarters. Anytime I've reached out to Lori or anybody out there for anything at all, nothing but extremely prompt and helpful responses. And it's wonderful having those resources at your fingertips, you know, to help out with any issues or concerns that you might have throughout your region. But other than that, I want to thank you for my opportunity to serve. I've enjoyed it. Wish I could have done more, but working seems to get in the way, but hopefully that's going to come to an end soon. But that's it for Region 5, and thank you very, very much.
Hopefully it's your choice that the working comes to an end. Thank you for serving and your availability. It's difficult working full-time and doing this, and I admire your volunteer. Thank you. Mr. Let's see, 5-4, Karen.
First, I want to thank and recognize you, Mona, and the rest of the EC for graciously dealing with all the curveballs thrown at you by the pandemic. You've handled it very well and presented a very positive face to our membership. I'd like to also thank Brad Briggs, the Region 4 First Vice President, and Fred Keel, Region 2 Second Vice President, for their support and help this past year, and I'm looking forward to continuing our work in the coming year. I can't forget to thank my husband, Wally Kimmel, for his support and for being my first driver. Although our travel has been restricted this year, he still has helped out tremendously. Finally, although we had to cancel the Region 4 rally this year, we have started planning for 2021. The rally theme, Peace, Love, Almost Heaven, will be held at the Summit Bechtel Boy Scout Reserve in West Virginia. This location was the site of the 2019 World Scouting Jamboree, and we will have access to all of the activities offered by the reserve. So I hope you'll think about joining us there. It will be in May. And you can check the Region 4 website for details. They'll be up there shortly. Thank you.
Karen, thank you. I popped on and off the region forum call the other day while I was buying half of IKEA. And the parts that I was on, you did a really great job working through some outstanding issues and leading that. So thank you very much. I'll be on tomorrow as much as I can, as long as I don't have to go back to IKEA. Mr. Leek.
Thank you. I got a lot to say, but two things are going to save the day for you. I hadn't had my worm treatment. It's only 2 o'clock here, so true, Sarah. And I've got my timepiece that'll hold me back too. I just, you know, they say about the, it's not the destination, it's the journey. I've been on this little 6-year journey. Finally got, I guess, to the destination. And it's been fabulous. I'll tell you, it's been an eye-opener. I live in somewhat of an isolated little small town here in South Carolina. I've been self-employed almost all my life, so I've never been around any kind of corporate stuff. Sometimes I've been amazed at how complicated a camping club can be. It has been fun. I've never been a real good quarterback. I'm at my best at the rallies. And when we had to cancel the Region 3 rally, that just killed me because I was so looking forward to seeing all the people that have helped me along the way. I reached out to most of those folks and thanked them privately and publicly because I've had a lot of help. You know, a monkey went to the moon, but he wasn't driving the ship. He had a lot of help. I have watched this one particular person, though, the last 6 years, and I do believe this person knows more about this club than any of us. I've watched her. She always has the right answer. She's always cheerful. She's an amazing person, and that's Lori Plummer and her staff, of course, but I've never seen her get flustered or not have an answer. So, and Lori, I just thank you and your staff for being so fabulous. Region 3 is of course is in great shape. I inherited a great region. We live in the sweetest spot in the whole country here, from Virginia down to Florida. So we're naturally kind and gracious and humble and all that good stuff. I would like to just close out by saying, you know, Mona and Eric and all those folks that have kind of spearheaded this big change. It's been a humongous. I can't believe y'all have done all that. I can't hardly do an email. But I think I see that flag. I'll close out right here and just tell you this, that I think if Wally Bynum was alive today, that he would be pleased with where we're headed. I think he would be encouraging us to keep going. He would not be disappointed with the changes. So that's my little, that's just my little parting way. So I'll still be around. You're not going to be able to get rid of me. But anyway, you know, I love y'all and I look forward to seeing you down the road a little bit later on. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
We love you too, John. And maybe I'll see you at Myrtle Beach in November.
That's right.
We'll be there for 10 days. I don't know which trailer, but we'll be there. Thank you for everything. Okay. Maybe that white classic. All right, Rich Short.
Okay, thank you. It is never easy to follow John Leek, and a guy who speaks so well from his heart. So I'm not even going to try to do that. But I will just ditto all the thanks to Lori and headquarters for just an outstanding job that they do to keep it all together, and to the executive committee and to Mona for just doing a a wonderful job serving with distinction through just unprecedented times. So thank you for that. Good news, just want to say that we do have a full slate of officers in Region 2. So glad to have RJ Marquette of the Washington, D.C. Club on as first VP, and Gary Russo of the New York Finger Lakes Airstream Club on as second VP. And I want to thank them both for stepping up to fill out the chair and to carry on Region 2 as we worked real hard to renew Region 2 over the last couple of years. We still have some rallies scheduled in Region 2. There are a couple up in New York, one in Western Pennsylvania. These are towards the end of the season, July, August into September. So we'll see how things open up. We still have a shutdown of the border to Canada for our Ontario unit, so we're not visiting up there. No recreational travel across the border, as we're all aware. So things are looking good in Region 2, and I just want to say that Region 2 welcomes all the new incoming officers. We pledge to work with them and the executive committee coming on to continue to add value and push our club forward. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, the other ear just died. Okay, so Pear, Mr. International Third VP soon.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Mona, I'd like to give you a big thank you for leading us through these difficult times with a positive attitude. I cannot imagine how it must have felt to work so hard for an international rally and then just have it collapse like this for a reason that you didn't control. I'm not sure about you, but I think this virtual IBT meeting was a really good experience. I think it's actually more personal in some ways than sitting in a U-shape. And I hope we will make this a tradition going forward. It makes life a lot easier when you work like me to attend meetings in person like this. As some of you might have heard, the Dr. Zeus inspired "Oh, the Places You'll Go" Region 1 rally in May was canceled for health concerns. And Bart Fuller and his team is actually looking for a new date in 2021. The theme revolves around places you've been to with your Airstream. Please keep an eye on the Region 1 schedule for this event coming back. Also, the Columbus Day and Canadian Thanksgiving National Event Rally is planning to go ahead as scheduled in Leicester, Vermont from October 10 through October 13. There are a few spots left. Please see RJ Dominic, our incoming second VP, for details. This is my last IBT as region president. I'd like to thank all the volunteers around me that made this journey possible while working full-time. I especially want to thank my wife, Lily. I'm proud to say that I have a full slate of officers stepping up, with Doug Hart coming in as our region president, Bart Fuller as our first, and RJ Dominic as our second VP. Please give RJ a warm welcome into his new role as region officer. I would also like to thank the club members for supporting me as your next third VP of International. I'm very excited that I've been given a new opportunity to serve. I encourage and welcome you to reach out to me with thoughts about how you think I can best serve you. Thank you.
Well done, and welcome. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, let's go Eric McHenry. So we'll go 3, 2, 1, and then the remaining EC and members.
Thanks, Mona.
Mm-hmm.
You know, two years ago in Salem, Mona invited me to her trailer and encouraged me to run for International Third VP. And I have to say, I didn't know really what to expect. It wasn't this, but this has been much more rewarding. And I just have to say also that I've had the opportunity in my life to serve on a number of leadership teams and boards. And Mona, you've done a phenomenal job navigating us through this, not just through the COVID-19 thing,